Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Needs assassin.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Life stealer.
Dazzle.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Dire team pick.
Disruptor.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Omni Knight.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Proactive role in this early game, whereas, you know, with the Omni Knight and Dazzle, it's going to have to be the reactive role from an S. Now, either side comes out of the lane. Immediately, Adam going to TP on out. Drop down a ward here for the Radiant side. Him, you know, the ability to kind of play forward in lane. Well, Dire side going to get down this lane ward for their safe lane, try and net themselves some kills.
Yeah, a lot of TPs out. So I want to mention something to everyone watching that you can actually do nowadays. You see, Juggernaut has 2 slippers of agility. So this is what most carries do nowadays. You don't go a stout shield. And what we're not seeing yet, but I think we're gonna see, is it's very easy to steal the opponent's boundary because the carry can't tank anything. If Sand King just walks up here and stuns and 3 right click, Jugger downs to half HP. And with them only behind as well, you can contest a lot of runes nowadays. And I think we're gonna see that soon. However, I don't think people like really understand it yet, and you don't really know how deep you can go. But it's something to think about, you guys, when you're playing your pubs. You can really do this a lot.
It is. There you have it.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Now there's a Monkey King here, so I'm pretty sure they gotta be careful.
Disruptor level 1, not the scariest hero either. KYXY right in the fray. Not going to be able to pick up the bounty rune though, and now Jingu Mastery is there. He's in a lot of trouble. He gets off the purification, and they will get the first blood as the right clicks come out from Adam. And as you mentioning, just no stout shield. He's just a little bit squishier. Will end up dropping there. KYXY. He's going to end up falling as the return kill, but first blood going to be going the way of Mineski, and KYXY back out to lane. Looks like the decision for the time being. We mentioned kind of the lifestealer and how he deals decently with the Nyx Assassin early on. It's going to be this aggressive try coming out from Mineski.
Yeah, I think this is usually very good when you have a lifesteal safe lane. Like, this hero is extremely good against all the meta offlaners and can usually win the 1 versus 1 or at least trade even, and you can do very aggressive moves like this. And also this shuts down the Monkey King to an extent. You don't have to counter his ganking. He is forced to help top lane, and then you know your mid and safe lane are gonna be a lot safer than if you were playing dual lanes.
And, you know, you're going to end up splitting experience in that lane, but definitely not all that vulnerable to dying and feeding over kills to the Dire side that you will be, you know, you're going to be stopping their farm quite a bit as well. It's just difficult to die when you have an Omni Knight Dazzle in lane. I mean, Nyx Assassin, he should get his farm out of bottom lane, as, you know, he's one of the heroes that can kind of trade with Life Hero with such high regen and base armor, but he's not going to be having any kill potential.
Yeah, generally the side lanes are more or less equal nowadays. You're just happy if you trade even most of the time.
Oh, top
that's
lane.
A lot of burst.
Huge shadow wave coming through. Adam and KYXY are going to just be able to approach the Juggernaut. Purification on top of it. They'll get themselves the second kill of the game already. And, you know, looking at CS, Juggernaut, he picks up 6, so was doing decently in the lane, but just steps too far forward. He's going to get punished heavily for it.
Yeah, some really good laning here. Mineski playing really well, and Shadowfiend is not getting stacks because they're busy in the safe lane, so that's shutting him down a bit as well. And now Monkey King is feeling forced to move around, but he's not sure what to do. He's just hunting bounties, which is okay, but you want to have some impact on the lanes as well. Only level 1 is very hard to get any kills with that.
Yeah, Vil as well. No mana at the moment for a Spike Carapace, so not going to be an easy kill by any means on Raging Potato. They're going to TP in the Dazzle just for safe measure here, as they do slice you in the bottom lane on the Monkey King. But now, as you mentioned, decision's gone very well for Mineski far.
Yeah, it's very nice to see people realize that your draft might have a weakness, but there's always sometimes you can just have a very simple solution and you can win the lanes because of it. You can just do stuff like this, and you're putting the lanes very in a nice situation.
Rams middle lane gets low, gonna end up using the Fairy Fire, bringing out a Self, so can continue to stay in lane, but he's already used his Shrine.
Oh god,
Mushi feeling pretty good.
Another Self. Oh yeah, it's Shadowfiend is struggling a lot actually. He's using a lot of regen to stay in this lane, and he's still losing CS a little bit.
Yeah, no bottle as well, so very difficult for him to kind of have any sort of stayability, and he will end up using the bottom Shrine as well. So Mushi just having a field day mid lane on his Lina, and definitely a hero that if it gets off to an early lead can snowball.
Yeah. Gonna see Shadowfiend more regen out. Oh, this is so sad to see. I think he's bought maybe 3 salves or maybe even 4. I'm not sure actually. But Mushi is definitely doing very good in mid lane, and his lanes are doing fine as well. Monkey King is not having the impact you usually see on this hero.
Yeah, you mentioned one of the solutions for a roaming hero is just to force him to be predictable in a sense in top lane and bottom lane now. Ninja Boogie going to be able to steal the regen rune as well. So more time spent out of lane from Rams. He continues to widen the gap on his counterpart in that mid lane. 20 and 10 denies for Mushi on a hero with, you know, not the greatest base attack animation before he picks up Fiery Soul. So 11 denies, 12 denies, now 20 CS to the 15 and 1 of Ram. Now wrap around mid lane. Adam coming through. Here's the Dire Ward.
Very good feeling there from Shadowfiend. Really was like, there's a pretty high chance that I'm gonna get ganked.
Bottom lane. They do finally get something out of their Monkey King, as Avil will team up with him on the Nyx Assassin and Raging Potato, perhaps stepping a bit far forward. Still, though, leading the CS board on the Lifestealer. The Juggernaut did have a death of his own, so they're about at equilibrium when it comes to net.
Yeah. Pretty important kill. You really needed that one. And Monkey King is very aggressive actually. Luckily Dazzle didn't have a tango, so he could have cut down a tree there and potentially kill. That
Dazzle Quelling Blade. KYXY top lane. A little bit of trouble, and Joy coming through. Does have the Thunderclap. No glimpse though. Actually went for the kinetic field against the aggressive try, so kill potential on KYXY. But Omni Knight though, he spent a lot of time in lane. He's looking to eclipse that level 5 mark here. 5.5 minutes fairly soon. He's going to have to base for the time being. But definitely a hero that your team might benefit a lot from, especially in this game against the Disruptor and Nyx Assassin, to have himself a couple of levels.
Yeah, it's gonna be his positioning and the items are gonna be very key this game, especially against the Nyx. It's if Nyx can manage to stun Omni Knight, you're probably losing the fight. But if Omni Knight can manage to repel when Nyx initiates, that's gonna be a big part of this early team. The start of the team fights are gonna be coming down to that stuff. And not sure what team wants to start playing a bit more aggressive. There's not insane push from either team. Evos would normally be able to push pretty early with a Shadowfiend Jugger, but they're not doing that great in lane, and Jugger is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, feels like he's been low almost the entire early game. Caustic Finale slow there, putting him in a bit of harm's way, but Vacation was on cooldown at the time. KYXY though, with the unit, wave under the tower and the degen aura level 1, we'll be able to kind of just chase down this safe lane. Adam gonna roll through as well. Level 2 in that burrow strike though, not the most range, and now KYXY finds himself in a bit of a pickle. Slow will miss though, but they do connect with the boundless strike. He'll throw up the repel. It does have 4 magic stick charges. Arcane rune on Blythe, he's gonna continue chase forward. They are gonna get the burrow off, but KYXY, he just needs to back out. No, he gets found out by the Vendetta, just picked up by Avil, and now they're gonna get another kill. Primal Spring finishing off Adam. A bit of a deep committal there from Mineski. They're gonna end up paying for it. 2 kills. Oh, go the was definitely much needed little boost in this early game.
Yeah, what a rotation from the Nyx Assassin. Even just running there and then TPing bottom, so he loses no time as well. Picks up 2 kills. Looked a bit sloppy from the Monkey King, but with Arcane Rune as well, he was able to follow up the Nyx Assassin and he just picks up 2 easy kills, and was a lot of time from Mineski as well chasing around, and I think even they really needed the favorable trade but did not get it thanks to the grid rotation.
Nyx Assassin having a good early game, got that solo kill earlier, or
a
that
lot of
kill
movement
alongside
mid.
Kicking Adam. He's deep behind enemy lines here. Mushi comes through with the Dragon Slave, but he's going to get caught now with the Primal Spring. He's in a little bit of trouble, but he has the Fiery Soul stack, so he's able to kind of run away here. Adam's still looking fairly healthy, does not have a point in the Sandstorm for defensive purposes, but Ninja Boogie, he's going to roll through. They're going to find the Shadow Fiend. Up to the tree, though, is the Monkey King. He'll be safe for the time being. Again, some nice rotations from both sides as Adam just found himself in the bot lane a moment ago and will be able to come in towards the mid lane to ensure Mushi survives, as well as pick up that secondary kill after they get the disruptor in the mid lane.
Yeah, I really thought that would go horrible from Mineski. Great positioning from the Monkey King. I thought were gonna turn that, but they just got overwhelmed. It's probably a big reason. The reason why they had it is because there's so much difference in farm between Shadow Fiend and Lina.
Have a sentry. They see the next assassin, they'll burrow him up. Adam will be able to make it away as Rams tries to approach. Will throw out the Vendetta Strike, but Mushi, he's nowhere near harm's way here. Just farming up a stack over to the west. Does have himself a haste rune though. And Shrine not available, but will be in 5 seconds. Top lane, Juggernaut, he's going to go in deep. Mushi now looking to follow up, but gets glimpsed back.
2-second cooldown on Laguna.
And Omni
might have had the mana.
Be used to kill the Omni Knight, ironically there. Top lane, but Juggernaut finally finds himself kill. And he's atop the net worth chart, even above Mushi at this point. So a really nice recovery from all the earlier pressure that was applied his way. Certainly Evos as a whole doing fairly well. As, you know, the Nyx Assassin we've already talked about, been involved in 3 of these 5 early kills. Rams Shadow Fiend, certainly a little behind, but is a hero, of course, that can flash farm if they prepare a bit for him in the jungle.
Yeah, if they manage to recover this Shadow Fiend, they're doing amazing. Juggernaut on top. Nyx doing very good as well, and interesting. Mushi decided to go Tranquils on his Lina. I'm not certain why. I have not seen this before, at least. Maybe I don't know if this is something that people do because the hero's been changed, and maybe this is something new. But pretty interesting.
So yeah, you do that, get that mega movement speed boost.
Invisibility.
Tranquil, so perhaps just able to kind of maneuver across the map a little more quickly. Doesn't need all that much, I suppose, from Phase or Tranquils, but yeah, without that 50 damage talent, as you mentioned,
Rams.
Phase could certainly be nice for Mushi. She's stalking, finds the LSA, Burrow Strike to follow, should be an easy kill on the Shadow Fiend. He doesn't even get the Death Requiem off. That was kind of odd. But either way, they find the kill, and a much needed one for Mushi, and a fortunate Invis rune for him to be able to have towards that mid lane.
Yeah. I was a bit fortunate there for Lina, also, but still a good stun. It's kind of hard to hit the stun when, even if you're invested. Shadow Fiend's doing some random movement, but Sand King ran up, Adam ran up, and kind of scared Shadow Fiend, so you ran a predictable path and managed to land it because of that, and then the follow up and easy kill. And the Rams is struggling a lot, and he needs some form of recovery, but it doesn't seem like they can really do much about it. They might just have to force from the others just winning for him for some time until he comes online.
Earlier, kind of the missing piece of the puzzle for this early game for that Shadow Fiend's farm, and you know, he's not doing abysmally, but he's not where they would want him to be either. Top lane, Ward going to be dropped on the cliff by the dire side. Smoked up is the support duo.
This could be really bad for Mineski.
Has his Omni in front. KYXY will use the Purification. Could be in a lot of trouble. Now Mushi, though, he'll connect onto the Disruptor. Full combo. Kills him off. Nice. Boundless Strike, though. Connects onto 2. Purification and Repel going to keep Mushi alive for now. Mushi going to turn. Omni Slash will finish him off. KYXY, he's going to get taken down as well. And that Jingu Mastery will pop for celebration purposes. Top lane, as you mentioned, just a wrong place, wrong time for those two heroes to be in. Fight recap will show it 1,400 experience, 1,200 net experience, going the way of Evos, even though they lose that Disruptor, and just over 900 gold net in their favor as well. Really nice set of circumstances there for them.
Yeah, great positioning from the Monkey King. Also, the new Tramclist doesn't give armor, so even more damage because Monkey King is almost only physical damage. Dropped even quicker. Could maybe survive an extra second, but great play from Team Evos. I'm not sure if they predicted that or if they just wanted to kill the Omni Knight, but that was a very unfortunate rotation by Mushi.
Yeah, with this Omni Dazzle, it just feels like, you know, Mineski been the more static team in the early game, and mostly all of their rotations have kind of relied on Mushi being present for them to have any sort of chance to win these engagements. Raging Potato, you know, he's got a lot of farm, but he's just been stagnant. Bottom lane does have that armlet up, phase boots as well with the Blightstone, so certainly hitting very hard. But you know, with Adam playing this kind of nomadic role that he has, he's still quite a ways away, 13 minutes in here from his Blink Dagger, 1,700 gold in his pockets. So be seen if they can get something out of this lifestealer, and it looks like they'll look to do just that. But he was scouted by this dire Cliff Ward TP in, so
Juggernaut
gonna try and TP out here, and they won't be able to get him. Meanwhile, Mushi coming through on the east side will be able to pick up the Disruptor here, so looks like they'll at least be able to put a significant amount of damage into this tier 1 as they pop the weave.
Dire structures are fortified.
Great TP out by Juggernaut. Gonna pressure bottom thanks to it. Instead of TPing to base, he TP to the shrine bottom, and that's gonna make them able to trade efficiently here.
All mid lane. Up on the trees. KYXY, he's being scouted here by the Nyx Assassin. Adam in front of him. Very difficult kill for them to be able to attain. Looks like for now they'll stymie the pressure towards their mid lane as Raging Potato alongside Ninja Boogie are able to finish off this tier 1 top lane. Nyx Assassin looking for some sort of opening behind the tower, but won't be able to find it as Besky is here in numbers. Mid lane.
If they could get down a ward here, Team Evos, in the mid lane, they could get some sick initiation. But seems like they're kind of dodging.
Skirp, please. Monkey King. Gonna make it over into the Radiant jungle, and Illogic, he's made his way down to this bottom lane on the Juggernaut. Has the Yasha Manta style recipe as well that looks like he bought out just before dying.
He's doing
keep it on him. Yeah, he hasn't even died in this game. Pressured top lane, they were able to turn that engagement. Blink Dagger finally picked up by Adam.
Yeah, this is a big timing. This needs to work out. Evos are actually doing very well and really regaining this game, but this Sanking Blink could stop that very soon if they get a good initiation.
Really good read from them though, for the time being. Hop in towards mid lane. They'll look to find them some scouting. LSA will connect. But Illogic just able to back himself out of harm. So now jump forward. Infest Bomb is there. Oh, and the Laguna Blade is going to be dodged by the Blade Fury. Illogic, he's going to be able to make it back. Raging Potato going on to Rams, and now Monkey King going to drop down the ultimate. The Guardian Angel, though, keeps him safe for now. Requiem not doing all that much. Epicenter, even less for Adam's side. Purification comes through for Illogic. They'll drop the Shadow Wave on him as well. Dragon Slave will not kill him off. Second Blade Fury that's going to be able to dodge major spell damage. Now blink forward onto the Monkey King. Single man Burrow Strike. They will get the LSA off. Purification will finally kill the first hero of this engagement. That is the Monkey King. Raging Potato going to jump forward with the armlet up. And Rage and open wounds, but Mushi, he's going to end up dying to Rams on the east side. Now Burrow Strike comes through. Shadow Wave is there as well. Second one comes through. KYXY, he's going to get graved up. Death Requiem not kill him off. Raging Potato, armlet toggling. Nyx Assassin in trouble. He'll rage him up. He'll kill off a Veal. Beautiful toggle by Raging Potato. And they just have trouble dealing with all this sustain. Now Juggernaut, he's all alone. Degenora is there. KYXY will smack him down with the hammer. And it's a 2-for-4 when all is said and done. Nope. Boundless Strike. Gonna find the Lifestealer on the back end. Pervlaishu. Very nice kill on the end of it. But Monkey King, you know, he's only back in the fray because he was the first to die. So 5-for-3 when all is said and done. And Mineski gonna get the benefit of that fight overall.
Yeah, it's not been easy. I could not hear a lot there.
Especially when I get louder, it seems to kind of cut out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we'll switch to...
That was a long team fight as well, so...
Yeah, certainly drawn out. Felt like Mineski, though, got the upper hand when all is said and done. They are able to kill off the Juggernaut just before he picks up the Mantis Towel. They even wasted Laguna Blade at the very beginning, so...
Yeah, I thought that was gonna... I thought the Evos were gonna destroy that team fight, actually, after the vanishing spin before Laguna. But there were some clutch Graves, and Omni Knight plus Vessel seemed like they didn't let anyone die. Like, they just stopped, and bottom lane... Oh, Rams.
Radiant's top tower is under
You mentioned this timing going to be very important for Mineski, and already with the second Infest, they will find themselves a kill on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, like a lot of things went right. Like the Requiem managed to cancel Sanking Blink just as top lane actually. They're not gonna be able to follow that. They got very. I felt like everything went right for Team Evos, but
Yeah.
no one died still from Mineski.
Yeah, Adam able to kind of outskirt the fights as well and reinitiate there underneath the tower on the Monkey King. Now Raging Potato, he's going to be able to rage up, go for the next Assassin. Omni Slash will finish off KYXY in the meantime, but
DD.
Disruptor ultimate pretty much does nothing. Oh, Burrow Strike a little bit short of catching two, but the Laguna Blade will finish off Juggernaut, and now Monkey King gonna try and get himself out. Raging Potato, he's able to rage off the glimpse and walk through the kinetic field here. Another blink forward, Burrow Strike again, Shadow Wave, and the right click. Adam finds himself a much deserved kill after the way he's been playing the last couple of minutes. And Mineski, they're finding themselves a bit of a lead. They'll get themselves a mid lane tower for just icing on the cake after all of that, and get themselves 3 kills in the top area of the map.
Yeah, take a complete control now that the mid game has started, and winning one big team fight and then getting some solid kills to follow up here. And bit weird to fight into a double damage Lifestealer maybe, because they saw it quite a lot ahead and they thought they could maybe blow up one person, but they did not manage. And they didn't really get much in trade either. They were a lot of fighting, but the rest of the team that weren't there basically just farmed, weren't able to achieve much on the other side of the map. So Mineski doing very good and might even be looking for Roche soon.
Yeah, they use almost the entire Disruptor combo on the Lifestealer as well. Static Storm and the Glimpse used, both kind of ignored by Raid. Behind enemy lines, Sentry is the north of him.
Maybe
Radiant
sniper
jump.
courier. He's waiting for the courier. It's AFKing though, so he won't get it.
Build into a Lincoln Sphere here, bottom lane. Potato alongside Adam once again, top lane. Able to find the Monkey King here. Not as significant as the last couple of kills they found, but still, this momentum mid-game for the Lifestealer certainly starting to mount, and quickly.
Yeah, this Lifestealer is starting to snowball together with Elena, and these, especially the Lifestealer, is very good against the course of Team Evos. All 3 of them is gonna struggle against an overfarmed Lifestealer.
Top lane.
Seems like they want to trade. I think that's good by Team Evos, but I don't think they will trade in time though.
Yeah, definitely feels like Adam can at the very least get back and look to defend their tier 2 if they
Yeah,
opt to.
they're
But
going here.
with the SF and the Juggernaut, they still put a significant amount of damage. Epicenter channeled up, jump forward, he's going to connect onto 2. Static Storm comes out, but it's entirely reactive. Raging Potato, he already got the rage off. He'll be able to kill the SF. Illogic TPing out. Tuhoi will do the same, but Nevertheless, it's a defended tier 2 and a killed Shadow Fiend in the bottom lane for Mineski. They get the tier 2 opposite the map from Evos' side. So Mineski in full control here of this mid game.
Yeah, very clean movement from Mineski, and is gaining them a lot of momentum. For the Evos, maybe could have gone to the tower and maybe lost one person, but Mineski just taking the tower instantly TP. They do it very quick as well, and that does a lot. You don't lose the tower, and you don't lose any map control because of it. So it's a very good play from Mineski, and they want to take some more towers and try and move into Roche as their next objective.
No glyph available here. This will be an easy kill. Raging Potato picks up that last 4th outer tier tower, removed from the map already. Interesting movement now on the high ground for Evos.
Illusion.
Perhaps for someone to TP in towards top lane, find the farm here, but and some clean movement from Mineski, staying grouped up, but still finding good amounts of farm. You know, you have heroes like Lina, Flash farms, Glee. Yet Dire, deep observer ward. They are going to catch Mushi here. Still, kind of the only straggler from his team now moving up. YXY, bit of a more difficult kill for this Nick. Not the most mana on the Nyx available. Well, so it looks like he'll just back himself away to the east. Now this vendetta will be unfruitful.
Yeah, pretty good positioning from Mineski. Nyx is looking, but everyone is standing close to each other, so that Nyx can't really go, but not too close to each other either. So it's pretty good, and I think Team Evos almost has to sneak a Roche, honestly. That seems like their best move. They have very good Roche with Shadow Fiend Jugger, but it's probably gonna be too obvious. So I'm not sure how they should approach.
Scouts out Adam here, and the Radiant Ward in the mid lane gonna let them know nearby to defend this tier 2. So looks like, again, as you mentioned earlier, Evo's gonna look for this trade bottom lane, but already just posturing up to Roche here, not showing themselves mid lane, and it actually forces Evos to back themselves off in smoke, as everyone missing off the map for the Radiant side. So this may serve not only to defend their tier 2 bottom lane, but grab them a Roche as well. Mushi, though, he's going to show himself bottom lane, and they're going to beeline his way. Monkey King looking to find him out. Jump forward, nice blink by Avil, catches him, but Repel is there, and the GA Omni Slash wasted entirely. KYXY, right place, right time to save his Lina. Illogic is going to be able to spin away, but Roche goes down in the meantime. Raging Potato able to pick it up, and the wave is nowhere near this tier 2 for the Dire side, so an entire engagement, they gain nothing. Mineski able to save their core and get Roche.
They didn't even get the tower. That's very sad for Team Evos. They are struggling a lot. It seems like their only hope kinda just went away. Oh, Snipe Courier. That's something at least.
Jump up to the high ground. They had the ward. They find the Shadow Fiend again. Glimpse going to be used on the life. Oh, it was used on the Sand King this time. And they did get Adam out, but Raging Potato, he's there long enough and feels safe enough with the Aegis to bring down that Shadow Fiend, and they'll get the tier 2 on top of it. In 40 seconds on the sidelines, why not poke it high ground here? You've got an Aegis, you've got a healthy Lifestealer, you've got all your major ultimates up still. Jump forward, Burrow Strike, not going to connect onto Illogic, as he will be able to spin. Diffusal Blade is there onto Adam, but he's got so much sustain behind him that they're really not all that worried. Raging Potato up on the high ground is going to be able to rage after the Repel expires. Does get a bit low here. Still has the Aegis available, though. Purified up. He'll go back up to the high ground, and now they're going to pop the Monkey King ultimate. They'll be able to almost blow up the Lifestealer instantly. He does get the Grave off, but doesn't want to use his entire toolkit yet, because he does have the Aegis still in hand. So we'll save the open wounds and rage for now. They'll back off and live to fight another day, and they'll get 50% of this tier 3 down, basically for free.
Yeah, it was pretty damn good. It's a bit unfortunate. I thought actually I was pretty good by Team Evos, but they didn't manage to kill anyone. Lifestealer is just so fat. And going on one hero when there's an Omni Knight and Dazzle behind, you're not gonna kill that hero. But you don't have any option. You have to use these spells to get him out of your tower, because if you lose this tower, you're losing shrines as well for free, and that is when the real trouble starts. And you're not gonna be able to pressure the map at all after that.
Juggernaut will be able to at times deal with the waves.
This could be a good counter gank maybe from Evos.
Oh, they missed the uphill stun, and now Raging Potato out from the rage. Laguna Blade connects onto Illogic as well.
Basher.
They get the bash, And now he's going to be able to drop double kill for Raging Potato. Boundless Strike not going to be there in time, as well as the Glimpse. And just as you mentioned it, a very costly miss stun by Avil there onto Adam is going to spell doom for them in that top lane. 2 heroes down. Mushi already dealing with the mid lane in the meantime. And right back up to the high ground, Mineski will go, threatening the first lane of Rax. No buyback on the Nyx Assassin. There is one on the Juggernaut. But it looks like they'll just concede this.
This is going down way too fast.
Fiery Soul, Mushi, as well as Raging Potato putting...
They're going more? This is cocky.
Towards the top lane. Raging Potato still has an Aegis on him. Chart available as well. They'll pop the weave defensively on a few heroes, and mentioned looks like they get overly zealous in that top lane and just put a little bit of chip damage as everyone respawns and back themselves away.
Yeah, I think you want to use this Aegis to get both shrines and maybe the bottom tower, but I don't think you want to overplay it right now. Monkey King is super scary when it comes to high ground defenses, and you don't want to go too far. You want to play it relatively safe, which they're doing properly as well. I think this is how you should play.
Avil just unable to find a target here. The ways they deal with the Nyx Assassin in the draft. Dazzle and Omni Knight, both difficult kills. Those are going to be, you know, the least farmed Radiant heroes on the map. So Avil just serving as a mobile ward here for the time being.
Oh, that's a gem. Oh, that's a gem on the courier. He really wants to snipe this.
So gem is going to be picked up by Adam, and now risky assassin who's sitting up on the cliff, so safe for the time being. Monkey King just kind of hanging around his core in the bottom lane. Shadow Fiend never really able to get off any sort of start in this game, and still 300 gold or so away from his BKB. Could allow him to do a little bit more in these fights, but I mean, if you get initiated on by the Sand King, Lifestealer, KB really not going to help you much.
Yeah. Oh, they're so close to finding the Nyx Assassin. We see we see Nyx Assassin rotating around a lot, but it's very hard when you don't have a hero like Invoker, because you don't really burst anyone. But if you had like an Invoker or anything with some form of global presence, you can really start pressuring these supports and killing them. And even Lina is in kill range then. But now you're just running around to scout and maybe snipe a courier, and it's not really efficient for him.
Very difficult for the hero to farm as well. Really needs to be able to net those kills in order to kind of scale throughout the game. After having such a good early game, Avil, you know, he was 1-0-2 at a point, 1-3-5 now on the Nyx. Kind of to no fault of his own, but just a very difficult draft to find an. Now smoke from Mineski's side. I want to be fighting into a shrine here though. Gonna hang around, hope someone looks to farm the wave. They do have a gem on their person. Assassin is by Adam.
They see the gem.
Gets the sandstorm off. They will pop the dust, but repel keeps Adam safe for now. They'll just be shy on the burrow strike of Rams. They'll pop the weave. Greaves up as well. Like they'll back out for now. So it's just well positioned there, and will be able to avoid any sort of disaster. Eski unable to find an open, but nice repel though from KYXY, keeps the Sand King safe.
Yeah, both teams kind of wanted to get a good initiation, but both teams realized that the team who gets a bad initiation here is gonna lose it, even if Neski is very far ahead. This was a bad place to fight if they did not get a person dead instantly, and they played it calm. I really like seeing this when you don't like think you're too strong and you're like just YOLOing in. You actually take it somewhat relaxing and try and use your strength, as in the Omni Knight can always save one target, but if you start overextending with a bunch of heroes, there's people are gonna die.
Cool heads certainly prevail in this scenario, and Mineski, they'll be rewarded with the last outer tier tower for Evos as well. So all lanes of Rax now vulnerable. Of course, mid lane taken down earlier. Now they'll look in towards the shrines, kind of the last access points to the map for Evos. So Roche will be an easy feat for them to accomplish, you know, shortly hereafter, and that is going to respawn in perhaps a minute or so. So Mineski feeling pretty good about where they stand in this game. As you mentioned though, high ground Still pretty risky proposition into the Monkey King and the Disruptor, though. With an Aegis should be a lot easier.
Yeah, Monkey King picking up the Abyss Skullbasher now. So this is where like Monkey King truly becomes OS Frog. And you want an Aegis fighting this. You don't want to push high ground without an Aegis at this point. Fortunately, Mineski's lineup is kind of cool in the way that they have one hero that's sieging and the rest are basically just supporting him. So the Monkey King doesn't really want to pop an ultimate for one hero. So he's gonna have a hard time deciding on how to use it. You probably want to smoke around, honestly. I don't think you can even go on the Nikes. You need to go on the back line. And both teams are gonna... The team who gets Roche is gonna have a good time. Even if Mineska far ahead, if they lose Roche, it's gonna be very hard for them to get a finish in this game. So if EVOS manage to sneak a Roche, I think they are in a pretty good position, even though they're very behind in network.
They will TP back Illogic, but Mushi in the meantime right-clicking around the tower and to the north side. They go in with the Infest Bomb. They'll find the Nyx Assassin easily. This will be a huge opening for them in towards... Oh, a nice Infest dodge as well.
Very nice.
On the glimpse by Raging Potato, and that'll pretty much ensure the racks here. Jump forward, they'll find the Monkey King off the tree. They'll bash up the SF as he's Requieming as well. GA is there to soak up the Omni Slash, and there is no escape for EVOS' side. Glimpse is there, but a Burrow Strike dodges that one as well. Yule Scepter keeps the Juggernaut up in the air, and double kill for Mushi. 4 heroes down, only the buyback of the Juggernaut available. And looks like the beginning of the end here for EVOS in game 1. And Mineski may just look to take a lead here as going into game 2, staring down the potential of going into the grand final. And it would be very nice for them to have a 2-0 and all that momentum going up against, you know, the team that no one wants to face in SEA and Mineski. But jump forward. They're going to look for the Juggernaut. He does get the spin off. Nice 2-man impale comes out by the Nyx Assassin. He will be able to barely make it back up to Fountain. Now jump forward from Illogic. He'll get bashed up though. Raging Potato just way too far. And Laguna Blade is going to be there. They do get off the Monkey King ultimate. It's doing a little bit of work, but still Raging Potato, he's so farmed. In the meantime, Mushi just working on the racks. Repel is going to come out. Greaves is there as well. And they do get to tier 3 in the meantime. It looks like they'll be able to just scurry away here. Jump forward though. Glimpse does connect onto the Sand King. He'll just be able to blink out as he wasn't damaged. Raging Potato just going to turn and face his enemy as he backs himself away. And as you mentioned earlier, just this Lifestealer is just impossible for them to kill, and they really can't get to the back lines as he's pressuring them in the front.
This hero is very strong right now. I'm actually surprised they didn't get Megas. I was for sure they were gonna get Megas, but they might have gone become a bit cocky here and kind of dived for no reason. When there's only 3 people alive, you don't really need to go for kills. You can just kill the racks instead of chasing a hero that's gonna get 4-step out and then into base. But I don't think it matters much. Roche is the more important than Megas, honestly. And it's a bit unfortunate for EVOS because they have potential, but they're actually getting completely out-executed. Monkey King is getting stunned, he doesn't get his ultimate off. They're getting burst first.
Feels like positioning has just been paramount by Adam, and as well as his support duo here in the Omni Knight Dazzle.
This is all in fight for EVOS.
Adam, under the cover of Shadowblade, knows his smoke popped right away. Yule Scepter up, will force out spin, and BKB popped by Rams as well. He's just going to throw some right clicks into the tier 1. Tries to make it away. Meanwhile, Adam with the Infest Bomb. He'll get a double kill instantly on the Nyx Assassin and the Disruptor. Monkey King up. Primal Springs to the high ground. Juggernaut, he's going to be able to blink down to the cliff. Adam will find him. And that melee range from the high ground. Raging Potato going to drag him away.
Pretty sure he healed during that Omni Slash.
And yeah, with the armlet, AC cares not at all about that Omni, just entirely soaks it up. Had the Vanguard as well, component of the Abyssal Blade. Now they're going to try and find Rams that will come through with the gem, finish him off. And Valiant from EVOS to continue to stick around in this one. They'll buy back on the SF, but everyone's super healthy still from Mineski's side. Now Infest again, jump forward, Burrow Strike finds one. Raging Potato gets the rage off. Monkey King ultimate will come out with the Primal Spring. They're doing a lot of damage, but the Lifesteal, he'll do more. And the SK still surviving. Grave up on KYXY. Epicenter for a celebratory display from the Sand King. Ultra kill for Raging Potato. Can't get him the Rampage in time. But a huge victory for Mineski after, you know, there was a period in the early game where it seemed like EVOS came back from a struggle in the early lanes. But really good movement overall from Mineski in the mid lane. And the Nyx, perhaps arguably the hero with the best start for EVOS' side, and then in towards the mid game when the Dazzle and the
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
What if?
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Mega Magi!
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Admiral
Reserve time.
Conca!
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Queen of Pain.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban.
Luna.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
he wasn't really able to find a target to kill. And with, you know, a Weaver Ogre support duo, it seems like it may be a bit of a similar story, you know, with the roles reversed in this game too. So we'll see kind of how KYXY is able to get off to the mid game with his Nyx Assassin going against, you know, Ogre, Centaur, as well as the Weaver. All three very difficult kills in positions that he would want to look to feed.
Yeah, both teams smoked the ward up. Weaver did not manage to get one of his wards out, but on the other side, Mineski had to place quite a defensive ward, and I'm placing it very defensive. But Weaver is probably going to rotate between here a little bit, so you get some nice information. Probably going to avoid mid, but he can't really rotate from top to bottom easy for that, so it's a decent ward.
Where does Kunkka find his open at all in this mid game? Is he, or in this early game, I should say? Is he just going to look to farm up and try and get his levels, or do you see him being able to have an impact in any of these?
I'm pretty sure he's gonna be relatively static and not probably just be safe lane. Maybe help out. You could duel off lane like a bit later, or you can duel off lane anytime. Like if you want to start it, it's fine. If you want to do it later, that's fine. But I don't think he should run around and do stuff, because mid is you're probably not killing mid. Jugger is
right.
He just spins out, and unless you catch an insane timing where he's pushing the lane out and then you gank him, that could happen, but unlikely. So I think playing either safe lane or off lane or stacking and stuff like that. Definitely relatively static, while Weaver has much more roam potential, even though both mid laners are hard to kill.
Yeah.
It's a small chance, but...
Let's have the boots first on it. See if he gets to roaming around. But definitely feels like, as you mentioned, limited opportunity.
The battle
and for both teams. Both sides. Definitely feels like, to some extent, the safe. If Centaur has his comrades join up with him. Visu for now. Formerly playing the Monkey King is going to rotate down towards the bottom lane.
I wonder if he's gonna start jungle actually, because if you go Swarm level 1, you actually clear a camp and you get level 2. It's pretty efficient, honestly. It's pretty good. Yeah, he's doing it. It's pretty interesting.
You can
I like
spawn
this
two
a lot.
camps.
Yeah, but you don't really get more value from that. This is fine. I think this is a very good play actually.
Lightstone. Rams have a tough matchup against Mushi on one of his signature heroes, and Bill already playing pretty far forward in this bottom lane. Just at level 1, he does have the ability to do this blind torrent or free-handed torrent. Centaur, pretty safe to continue. KYXY trading with the Ogre, two heroes that are very good at trading early on.
Yeah, pretty good. I think this is like nice. Ogre is very good at zoning a lot of offlaners, so you can do this. And I'm a bit surprised Weaver is... I would not have jungled more here. I would have run to lane at this point. So I'm a bit surprised by that.
Find that level.
Yeah, I think he's just looking for level 2 and then he's rotating out. But I think you should have soaked it in lane, honestly.
Does get the Shikuchi.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It just looked a bit awkward to be forced to spend 40 seconds clearing
partly
one
RNG, right? I think if you get the Satyr camp that you actually do hit level 2.
Yeah, that's
but the Alpha will short. Now he will join up in lane. There is a sentry down for the Radiant side over to the west here. Nothing really in the lane itself. Disruptor going to be zoned a little bit, looking maybe to just cover the rune, but it is an invisibility rune top lane. And both teams aware of that as they both have vision. Bottom lane
Boots
towards.
winning the rune war here. Adam just stealing the boundary, getting the invis, and then going for his own boundary. So getting all 3 runes while Ogre just wastes time.
Mid lane, Mushi varying in a salve, so this ignite not going to do all that much, but kind of losing on the regen war with Rams. Or just kind of pushes Jugger over the edge, and for that reason Mushi, he's going to go hit up the shrine, and more than likely his counterpart.
Oh, someone's dying bottom.
Rams.
I'm not sure who.
Well, and yeah, Weaver is going to be the first one to drop. Raging Potato in trouble. Swarm is there. It's going to finish him off. kill is going to be found, as they did notice, you know, the Kunkka picks up the invisibility top lane. And speaking of the Kunkka, they're looking to go in on the Vengeful Spirit, but just a little bit too tanky as the Venge had 4 stick charges as well. So was a wise play from KYXY and Adam to back out. Now Torrent off cooldown again. Does Adam want to throw out? Try and find the Venge. He connects. Barely.
Oh, no mana on Nyx. He needed 2 more mana.
Throw out the Impale just short.
Oh,
Unable
Weaver.
to find that kill.
Oh, this is good. Good rotation by Weaver. That's gonna definitely be a dead Nyx assassin.
Already in this game. 1-1-1 on the Weaver.
Yeah, and there's another thing
Good
to
impact.
mention. Mid lane is Mushi is destroying Rams. Unless he feed now. Oh. He's gonna survive.
Nice salve.
Wow, that was impressive. I actually thought he was gonna die for a second there.
Mushi returning to form here in the mid lane. Avil bot lane, double edge, gets off the disruptor kill, but does end up dying to the Luna thereafter. So not the biggest loss for Mineski overall. They're feeling pretty good about that set of circumstances. Mushi could be in trouble though. There's no stun actually, or just yet, and we'll back out towards. Takes his solo kill, will be content with that. Haystream going to be picked up by the disruptor in the meantime. Bottom lane.
Yeah, it's gonna go for the boundary. Top lane action actually. Can he get out? No. Weaver is
Body
such a
box
good
coming
hero.
through.
The swarm is insane. It's actually such a good spell. It's I feel like why aren't people picking this hero support anymore? What like he's
Yeah,
doing
there was
insane.
a swarm nerf, but still feels very good for sure. But the spell itself was certainly quite a bit more OP just a patch or two ago. I guess it's been like 5 patches now, but
Yeah, I mean the hero is great. But mid lane is Jugger is getting not only dying there, but he is getting dominated in the last hit war as well, struggling a lot.
and this is
Kinda
kind of
similar
why
to
we
last
see
game.
Mineski maybe, you know, one of the only teams that does pick up this Queen of Pain. Mushi just looked really comfortable on it. Of course, you know, innately gonna have an advantage in this matchup.
Dyer's bottom
Definitely
tower is under attack.
doing perhaps better than he should be. Top lane though, it will bring down the Kunkka, but KYXY finds a kill on the Venge of all heroes in this lane. Torm and Ignite doing some work here. KYXY pretty darn tanky versus just the right clicks of these two. They really need the Vengeful Spirit aura to be able to bring down KYXY. So once he goes down, it's pretty safe.
Pretty interesting mechanics with the swarm versus Former Shield, because the swarm doesn't do any damage versus Former Shield. You only lose the armor, so for example if Nyx runs away with 1 HP, the swarm is not going to finish him off, so you have to play pretty accordingly. Also it doesn't cancel blink daggers then, so if you buy Former Shield versus the swarm you can still blink. Pretty nice.
How to
info.
win Dota 2.
Dyer's
Got him up on the high
structures
ground.
are
Poke in the hands of the Ogre. The Radiant Ward will scout him out as well, but still, this Kunkka, only level 2, doesn't even have a point in X, so very difficult for him to find any sort of initiation. Looks like he wants to soak a bit of experience mid lane.
Dyer's bottom
The Weaver will
tower
pick
is
up the
under
bounty
attack.
rune, steal that away from KYXY. Meanwhile, bottom lane now, Mushi.
This could be a big kill. Centaur is a huge target right now. He's doing extremely well. Killing him would really good.
4th overall in the net worth, just under mid and safe laners of both sides. In fact, doing much better.
Dyer's bottom
Wait, is this
tower
a Jugger mid or a Weaver core? I'm not sure looking at the network.
Looks pretty grim for the Juggernaut at this point. You mentioned not only losing in the CS war, but feeding over that first kill. Now,
That's a nice scan. They
ward
know
on
he's
the
here.
cliff.
This seems way
Walk
too
through.
deep though. Mushi is wasting a lot of time. He can't. He really wants this kill. He can't really run away without getting anything.
Stampede. Glimpse back onto the Centaur. He's going to be under the tower, though. And as you mentioned, Mushi, kind of just unfruitful rotation for him. Meanwhile, TP out as well from the Disruptor. Nicely played after the Fire Blast. He's going to make it out, but it is some wasted time for Mushi. Juggernaut finds, you know, a wave or two without that Queen of Pain in his face in the bottom lane. And, you know, after the first little bit, just became predictable as to where he was. Torrent doesn't really get anything for the Kunkka, not even grabbing himself a couple of last hits there as a Torrent. Still level 1, doing a fairly low amount of damage. Mushi putting a few right clicks into the tower mid lane. But Stampede down, he feels pretty darn safe here. Iron Talon going to be picked up by the Centaur, as you mentioned, is level 7 here, so doing well. Farm though, not doing incredibly, but will be able to expedite that process with this Iron Talon pickup. 8-minute rune going to come up from Mushi here shortly. So just continuing to throw in some damage into the tower. Feeling safe that he'll have some reach to fall back on.
Yeah, this is pretty good by Mushi. He wasted a lot of time rotating, and he's like, I probably should just pressure towers. I think his every rotation should try and result in tower damage, even if he doesn't get
Top
the kill.
lane. Torrent and the spike care. The
Mushi's incoming now.
Pale connects. Have the Sonic Wave.
I think he got it actually.
We'll get the Scream off, at least. And the Shadow Strike damage. There is a magic stick there, but Blink Forward will block off the path of retreat for the Vengeful Spirit. They know the Ogre rotated down towards bottom lane relatively recently, so difficult to kind of defend their Vengeful. Nice rotation from Mushi this time around.
Is Weaver gonna solo kill the Disruptor? It's gonna be close.
Have the ward there, so another Geminate. Won't get it off as the cooldown a little bit long. Level 1.
I think the Swarm might finish him off. No.
Stampede. You're gonna look for this. Geminate should kill him off. Oh, salve. Again. Gonna be able to save. Oh, the X is a little bit too late from Adam. Torrent does not connect.
Oh, what a play. Oh, that's
I'll just be
interesting.
able to...
Oh yeah, you can do it. I forgot about that.
Shikuchi. Now they find the Centaur in the meantime. So a nice solo kill coming out from the Weaver, but it opens up, you know, his offlaner as he's a little bit deep behind enemy lines, and not even an eclipse used by Raging Potato. So KYXY's first rotation with the Vendetta going to bear fruit, and it's going to be able to transition into this tier 1 tower kill.
It's very nice getting these towers. I think they want to take all the tier 1s relatively early. You have pretty good pushing. Oh, this StarLadder gonna.
Burn Creep?
Oh, is Senta gonna die from this?
Oh wow, the
neutral,
Ancients
the
soak up
Ancient.
2 beams. Deal doesn't
No
have a
one's rotating.
stampede.
Where is Evos?
Wow, nice cancel on the stomp as well with the loosen beam. Avil looks like it felt like he could have just ran down the stairs there, but goes off to the right, looks to try and re-engage with the hoof stomp. I mean, Luna obviously a faster hero, but I'm not sure that she gets that kill if he runs down the stairs either way.
I think he might have thought that people were coming, because I was like, he's been being chased for like 15 seconds, and like someone should be coming more, and they could kill both. Maybe he was kind of hoping that he could
KYXY.
spend.
Dire structures are fortified.
This is a hard kill.
You probably have to go for the impale. Oh, he does use the spin though, and it will be able to TP out under it.
Yeah. If they had I think Static Storm, he was going to get the tome for Static Storm, but didn't manage to time it. Jagger tipping out before that, so pretty good play by him, but also smart play from Ineski, but it didn't work. But just seeing that they do it correctly is not time.
Good game sense coming out from the Juggernaut, but still very hard early game for him to kind of transition out of. Already towards the mid lane, you mentioned the importance of, you know, kind of taking map control away and taking these tier 1 towers early on. Mushi hit up top lane, be joined up by KYXY as well as Ninja Boogie. Illogic, he's in a lot of trouble here. Jump forward, Scream, glimpse back as well. Impale will finish him off. One more right click. Mushi, killing spree for him. And already 50% HP down. Is this tower? He's going to be bloodlusted up. They don't really have a wave as well. She does have a salve. Right clicks in. They're going to try take down the wave, but now TP's out and in towards the shrine as mid lane with the healing ward deployed. Evo's going to try and pressure it, but wisely so they're going to back out. Disruptor is going to be stunned up, trying to TP away. Weaver does find the kill. Level 7 on the Weaver, so has everything he needs.
He might end up being top net worth in his team soon. Doing incredible while his team is doing not so good.
Mid lane.
He's gonna be dead, Adam. Oh, is he baiting?
They don't have the healing ward or enough for the Omni Slash here. Sonic finish off the Jug. Nice patience from Mushi as well, just to see if he Omnis there, but has the regen rune, so really expends nothing but a cooldown there to find the Juggernaut and Adam, yeah, just hanging around with the X instead of Xing him away earlier. Kind of bait in for KY.
Very good that he ran back into the wave, because if he kept running to his tower, Nyx wouldn't have made it in time and he would have died, and then maybe Jagger could have even kept it out at that point. Good communication. Maybe Nyx was screaming like run this way and I'll save you, or maybe Adam just knew. So very solid plays, and
Radiant's bottom tower
ends up
is
getting
under
another Jagger
attack.
kill. And Jagger is, I'm not sure how he's recovering. This is very similar to last game where Rams needs to recover somehow, but it didn't happen last game, and it doesn't look like it will happen this game either at this point.
Yeah, Mineski doing a very good job to take his comfort heroes away from him. You know, Juggernaut and Shadow Fiend. You know, heroes that definitely every mid laner plays, but not ones that are necessarily in the top tier arsenal of Rams. Definitely looking at his Invoke as his two best heroes. So those have been banned in both games. Now Mushi top lane. Out the Shadow Strike, maybe just trying to back out the center to try and find this tower kill. It is in deny range, right? Needs to continue to apply pressure here in order to try and get this kill, or maybe wrap around from YXY. TP out though. They will just concede that top lane tower. Mid lane disruptor in a bit of trouble.
I think it's gonna be a swap. Oh, that's a good. Oh, what a play from disruptor.
Very nice static storm. It's going to do a lot of damage. Stampede will try and get them out. X is going to keep the Weaver back into the boat. They'll find a return kill. They don't get much else, so the defensive Stampede allows them.
Rams. No stuns.
Dire's
Cooldown on
middle
everything.
tower's under attack.
That was impressive by Nina Boogie. As soon as he realized exactly what's gonna happen, and he got a two-man static storm. That was some quick reaction. I think
Dire's middle tower has
that was pretty impressive.
Radiant's bottom tower
However,
is under
Mushi
attack.
now is going into an Orchid, and I think one of the main problems top lane actually.
Nice impale out of the invis, and they will spare no expense for this Juggernaut kill. Again, keeping Rams down this entire series as far as the Juggernaut spills for the third time.
And the problem is they're not getting anything in return. You know, that's a 3-man gank to a Juggernaut, but this tower bottom is not going. Well, they could kill the disruptor, but even that's not that good of a trade. Seems to be a pretty hard kill from the start.
He is
I mean,
gonna
we'll probably
play a little
get him.
ring around the rosy with them, but they will be able to take him out. And KYXY gonna continue to farm mid lane. The rest of Mineski can. So they will end up getting this tower when all is said and done.
Radiant's bottom tower is
But
under attack.
Mineski very happy with where they're at. Another quad stack now for Raging Potato to farm up, and he is just stupid farmed at this point with the Yasha H-Dom power tread, soon to be a Manta.
Yeah,
16 minutes in.
It's getting right now. But back to the Mushi and Queen of Pain. One of the main reasons this hero is not that valuable is because when he hits this like mid game and he goes for Orchid, for example, and he blinks in that team fight and then he gets stunned and bursted instantly. This is one of the biggest problems this hero has. And generally I don't really like Orchid or Pop because it makes it easier for the opponents to burst him. He can have more potential to kill people, solo kill people, but this is where Mushi could start feeding if he's not very careful and his team doesn't back him up properly. We're gonna see if that will happen or if he will prevail.
Yeah, so a lot of that going to depend on the Disruptor and the Kunkka, you know, X and all the Disruptor's toolkit. Speaking of the X, top lane, it's going to find a logic.
Another core kill.
Very. And this feels like, you know, this gap is even wider at this point in the game than it was in game one. Almost 6k net worth lead now for the Radiant side. Looking at, you know, approaching 5k in the wave experience as well. Mushi, mid lane, has an Arcane Rune, so felt pretty safe. Orchid's up. The Weaver. KYX guy didn't jump through. Misses the Impale, though. Oh, they will catch the Weaver with the X, however, and he's more than likely going to die as he's already used Time Lapse. They missed the combo, but yeah, Time Lapse down. Still an easy kill on this week. Trying to trade bottom lane is Ram. Already, Raging Potato, he's dealt with top lane tower. He's going to TP down to bottom lane to deal the tier 2 defense and able to thwart the attempt of the dire side here.
Blink on center now. It's time to shine if you wanna get some control of this mid game and not start giving away everything. This Venge is going Maelstrom actually. Really interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. Or not in a pro game at least, I think. want to see how much impact this has. I am a big fan of Shadow Blade bench, personally, and I think that's what you should go if you want to have impact. But this seems interesting. I'm pretty sure this guy is very dead though.
Yeah, Orchid it up. Even the Static Storm there to keep his supports from being able to help. And now jump forward from
And
Mushi,
secondary
glimpse
kill.
back as well. They're going to get a second one off the back of this. Courier inbound. Right click from the Vendetta Ogre. Tanky is all hell, but is going to end up dropping. And both kills going towards Mushi, who's now on a monster kill streak. Avil trying to push him bottom lane, but he's just a lowly Centaur who's half HP. Mushi
is
going to blink
so
forward. He
YOLO.
has a Sonic Wave. Soulburn should finish him
no,
off at
they
the very
rived it.
least.
Oh, he got
yeah.
it.
Off in the fountain.
I thought he was gonna survive after he right-clicked the creeps, and I was like, oh my god, did he just insta-kill? But it was
Style points from Mushi. Getting extra
He
farm on the
calculated.
back.
Dire's middle
And
tower has fallen.
he is going to find himself a godlike streak at this point in the game. 9-0-1 with that Orchid. So kind of, as you mentioned, you know, the risky window for him where he goes for that big first item, but still not the tankiest hero, but just has had the right support and found the right openings here. So already has that Ogre Club, whether it's into the Ags or the BKB. Mushi's definitely feeling very good about it.
yeah. Can you see stats or graphs? There's no buttons for me. I don't have any graph buttons.
Rip.
I can't see any stats.
I don't know where the buttons are anymore.
Yeah, so I'm like, I want to see what the total net worth lead is, but I don't know if I have it binded to something.
10K.
I don't want to press anything. I'm too afraid. I guess I'll just. You can see that Luna, and Copper are very far ahead at least.
Yeah, it's
You have that
10K
information.
overall in favor of the Radiant. So 20 minutes in, you're talking 500 net worth lead gained per minute by the Radiant side.
Pretty rough.
Yeah, and they have done nothing thus far with this Centaur Blink. So, you know, you generally go one of two routes. You either kind of tank up a bit on the Centaur, rely on your supporting cast and your Stampede to help you get into the fray, or you go for this initiation. And, you know, if you do go for the latter, you need to get something done with it. Get worth it. But they're going to smoke behind Raging Potato. He's got a DD rune. He's got a Manta style at this point. Mushi has a BKB. Two heroes very difficult to kill off, even with this initiation tool now finally picked up by Evo. So looks like it's going to be high ground for them where they finally look to find an opening. Top lane, Carapace onto Vice2. They're going to stampede in though. Shrine is down. Static Storm comes through. Bolt connects onto 2. They're going to find some easy return kills. Avil gets killed off. Orchid onto the Venge as well. Sonic Wave is there. Won't be able to X him back. Anything but a corpse there. Double kill going the way of Raging Potato. They get the tier 2 before joining that fight top lane. Everything just falling apart for Evos, not only in this game but in the tournament in general. And these are their lives on the line. I mean, Rams has found finally a little bit of space, finds himself, you know, 4th overall in net worth, but still not even half the net worth of the Luna, his counterpart.
Yeah, and they're stacking a ton for Luna as well, so she's getting an insane boost in gold and experience as well. While Jugger has nothing alike, and Venge is also very, very far down in the list now. I mean, she's 30 net worth, but it's a very big gap to Hop and Luna.
Gem as well, picked up by KYXY, which is, you know, one of the tools that you look at for really widening the gap once you have a lead. He's got himself a Midas, so can definitely afford to do so. Potato up towards this mid, nearing a butterfly at this point, and has the courier waiting over at the side shop. We'll just look to bleed up that farm. Yeah, stacking a bit of a lost art though, but the Radiant, they've been able to stack, you know, 8 or 9 ancient camps.
Yeah, I mean, Helmut Dominator is a lost item, that's why. And he went it. So, but it's been paying off for sure. Like, even if this was a no stats item in this game, this was worth it. And finally they're going into Roach. I was wondering how long that would take.
Butterfly picked up by Raging Potato. You know, you dodge even 1 or 2 right clicks in the Omni Slash and definitely buffer you in the fight. But just a good Luna item in general. I mean, bulk of damage, at least at this phase. Game gonna be some magic, but with the Vengeful Spirit, they're definitely gonna rely on physical damage to bring down anyone high now.
Yeah, this game is getting very scary. This Luna is getting too big. If they allow her to hit people, more or less, Jagger will die during a spin, and it's
That's the current state of the team chat for Evos. Guys, we can't allow Luna to hit people.
yeah,
We're in
that's-
trouble.
That's more or less. I mean, they have some potential. You can make aggressive swap plays and burst people, so that you fight under your tier 4s, more or less. But it's not that easy. It's gonna be a lot harder. As well as you can X Luna, so when if you swap her during X, you know she's gonna get back. So there's a lot of problems with this, but it's not over yet.
Oh,
They
on the
are
high
not where they
ground,
want
though.
to be.
They do find the Weaver. They'll drop down a sentry. Both gonna fly out. X back is gonna catch the Weaver. He'll end up dropping Sonic Wave through 3 for Mushi. He'll jump forward, uses the BKB. Probably not even necessary. They'll get all 3 kills. And every single hero, it feels, on a killing spree at least for the Radiant side, as their wave conveniently placed up near the Dire base in the mid lane. And they'll march towards that first lane of Rax. Game 2.
Yeah, this is gonna be extremely hard to hold. They don't have buybacks. I think they will take Rax before Bench is up, actually.
Under attack.
Yeah, Luna
Luna.
has insane damage. This is 300 now, and when the tier 3 falls, it's gonna be even worse.
Middle tower has fallen.
Manta style deployed.
Towers.
Yeah, you're not defending this. This doesn't work anymore.
Dyer's middle barracks have fallen.
They look
Dyer's
make
middle barracks have
one last defense here. They do have the Stampede still available, but just a rotation back over towards the top lane. Still an Aegis, still an X for Adam for the Luna, but they'll just throw Raging Potato. Jump forward. They will try and go on the Kunkka. Orchid up
It's a good target. to
onto
shoot.
the Centaur, though. Now Adam, he throws out the boat. He will end up dying. Omnislash doing decent work against Mushi. He's going to be forced to blink out, but meanwhile, Raging Potato on the backlines kills the Weaver and the Centaur. Third kill going to drop, none of which have buyback now
under attack.
for Evos, and they could probably have pressed forward for the Jugger, but it's going to continue to put some punishment into this
God.
mid lane. Eclipse falls out,
GG.
and an instant GG even expires, and a good show of sportsmanship from Rams as well, who had a very rough series. Mineski clearly making it a priority to shut him down, not only in the games, but in the bans as well, and
Yeah,
they were
it seems-
successful in doing so.
It seems like he was not comfortable on, at least the Jagger especially. I think the Shadow Fiend, he had a better game, but it was harder for him. While this game, he got very outplayed in the mid. Yeah.
The Ben's doing right now. Oh, Roche is up, by the way.
Now have Roche.
Good try.
You know the nice thing for
He does. He does. Bye now. So going back to his mana talent choice, I've been watching him play. It seems like even with the Crystal Maiden Aura, he feels like he still needs the talent to keep himself gassed up.
Yeah, I mean, how he's
Yeah.
majority of his mana is.
Oh, he's also level 18 now, so back to the old overgrowth.
Spot the hiding spot.
Yep. Jesse Vash has got gems and Quelling Blade now, so he could start assassinating some trees.
Risky though. Incredibly risky and dangerous. If they lose that gem, they are
Radiant's top
really
tower
actually.
is attacked.
Well, I think they're also already stuck in the base. Time lapse. He's back out. Oh, they stun him again. They have defensive force staff. He's got Aegis as well. The Song Siren is going to be used defensively, and Tim's walking in, looking for the overgrowth. And overgrowth, global overgrowth. BKB's all going to be
boy.
popped. The meteor is going to be on top of everybody, but now Cuckoo on the back line just doing so much damage. Ben is inside. He's trying to kill himself. The Weaver, nice EMP, but not enough to burn away the Elastica mana. Ooh, the right click to on Tim's, dropping low, but he's not going to die. No, he is. Looks like that's a pretty good team fight. The second global is going to come out here from the
I don't know. That's
silencer.
Rubik's stolen one.
Oh my god. How did he actually get global? Cuckoo's on the run, and now Reorg is going to get his TP canceled. He is going to be dead. They ping out Cuckoo. They've got through the Sunstrike. Oh my god, that was close. Oh, he needs that force staff.
Hit this.
Ooh,
That was
nice
a very nice
curse.
curse.
Vanish.
He's out.
The prize is mine.
So still, that was a great hold from.
Yeah.
All things considered, that was a great fight from them. It's so terrible.
I think they really underestimated all of the BKBs. Because I don't think you overlay your global and tree and ult like that, and then just have them both like be BKB'd off. And that was a
Gold is pretty farm. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, don't forget that Radiance is gonna constantly trigger the Mjolnir, like whenever the proc does happen. So I imagine that's where a large part of his damage came from.
might need to. Actually, wait. Raven already has it. Bought out the.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much going on in these team fights that I can't fault him for not, finding it. The one problem for the Treant in a position like this is that once you lose a team fight, it's so easy for the other team to sweep around the map and just take down all your trees, and then you have to replant them all over again. Although these trees might just be baits, because here comes TNC. Yaj is invis. They drop the sentry down. They can overgrowth Yaj, but they don't know that he's here.
I think they spotted the.
This'll come in handy.
I mean, it's Tree Naga.
Not only that, heroes that can go.
I think Mirana goes late game pretty well. Like, he's already transitioning.
Radiant's
Jesse
middle
Bash
tower
gonna
is
see
under
reorg. Are we gonna start things off? Okay, Frostbite actually got casted. Now Cuckoo pops a global. BKB did get used. Nice force that by Cuckoo away from the stun. And now Blink Impale's gonna miss completely. Will Tim's spot the overgrowth. The stolen global coming into play again here, working out. Okay, where's the overgrowth? Everyone's clumped up.
Stun.
Overgrowth. It's gonna grab everybody on the backside, but Ben just hitting everyone in the front. Stolen overgrowth by the
stolen
Rubik
overgrowth.
RRs, playing it out of his mind. And now it's gonna be a sleep. It's gonna be disengage time, I believe so.
No mana to TP out.
Oh, he's gonna just walk it off. Man, RR single-handedly kept that team fight alive for half a team.
Managing to
Yeah.
chain stun the Naga so hard. Kill everyone else.
Yeah, Cuckoo needs to be very careful to never give away that global again because they're not itemized to beat that, right? They don't have BKBs and stuff. So, especially against the Weaver, right? Like, Weaver is counting on being able to cast his time lapse.
You might be reaching that stage where we're gonna have to wait for a Weaver to come online.
Yeah.
Weaver has less farm than a slot. Often you see that.
Yeah, how is Jesse Bash so far?
Because the way
Yeah.
finish fairly or arm.
Oh, CM though. GPM talent. Playing for the late game.
Take us.
Moonlight Shadow. Walking right into a sentry
The Astros
range.
for
But they don't see him. They don't see him. It's nighttime. They drop down the sentry again. Now they go for the tree. Tree is going to be quite important. Nice time lapse. Song has been set up. And just... Jules is really caught out here. But looks like TNC's not interested to fight. Song the Siren down. Uh-oh. Yaj being caught out away from the team. I think his team has forsaken them. And he's out.
still does have.
Yep. Well, given the fact that there's no BKB on TNC side, it's a true disable, really. Against Cuckoo. Against Weaver, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Dire's
Jules gonna get caught. Overgrowth's gonna get cast. He does have the BKB, but immediately netted up, and he is gonna get caught and killed. No buyback for 90 seconds. This could be the game. Well, meanwhile, Invoker got found on the right side. EMP Tornado being used, and now we got Sam H blinking to low ground. BKB being forced out. There was a buyback on the Nyx Assassin. And have they defended with that? I think TNC
I don't think they're gonna get Rax. I think Invoker's too strong for that.
middle barracks are under
By himself, he can actually. You managed to get them.
Okay. I figured that the TNC team could have got a bigger advantage
Dire's
with that
top
kind of kill, you
tower
know.
is under attack.
Hard to
Dire's
say.
top tower is under attack.
I feel like this Invoker.
Invoker is getting pretty much to max out. I mean, maybe you could sell Yules or, like, I don't know, Refresher. But Yules is very important, like getting rid of Overgrowth or Silence. So I don't know.
Backpack. Always get up.
I mean, you say that Trian is gonna lay tree across the whole map, but looks like he's actually just having trouble keeping it up because Jesse Badge is just constantly cutting him down.
Rise at this point.
Yeah. I think we're starting to get to a stage where the Naga problem is, you know, happening. Where the rest of the team is severely underfarmed because of it.
Happy Feet are actually able to fight back. Like,
Death and gold are linked.
Midas invest.
There you go.
A golden thread.
I feel like
Does he have a gold talent? No, he doesn't.
That should help.
That would kind of be busted, right?
I don't even know if he.
Interesting.
Rashawn has fallen to the dire.
Immortality.
What do you think it's for? Like mostly the Invoker stuff? Or maybe Nyx Assassin? Well, he might get caught here. Yep, arrow is down. Unfortunately, Jules fired it off, but... Okay, Global's gonna get cast.
Set up.
Psalm's gonna be there.
Dire's bottom
And Raven.
tower is under attack.
They want to find Jesse Vash as well. Swarm's gonna get laid on 2 heroes. Jesse Vash trying to leap out, but unfortunately will get caught. Jesse Vash will die second time. They overgrow for good measure. I'm pretty
Now
sure
he's down for
Tim's...
100 seconds.
Pretty sure Tim said he was overgrowing for Mirana, but just wanted farm neutrals. You're like, yo, got this. Now, to the high ground we go.
This'll come in handy.
Scepter and Octarine and
The 15%.
his eyes are 44 seconds.
Man, that's actually crazy. Here's the thing though, the TNC lineup is actually not very good at hitting buildings. Like, they don't have a Desolator carrier. Nobody's like... That's fine. He's got Yules and BKB. They ping the hell out of him.
Even him, he's building up his illusion. Top tier 3 is going down now. Range Rax is going. Plastic Naga.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cut, the worst way to lose the game. And this is something
5.
This is something we mentioned during the draft. Is like these heroes just don't deal well with illusions. It's not like these illusions are even super buff, right? Like there's no butterfly, there's
Radiant's
no heart.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, there is. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
All of TNC is standing outside the bottom lane, so that.
Tier 3 top, down to 200 HP. There is an MKB on Jules. Oh, I heard the overgrowth going off. Just using it to harass.
On a death. Managed to hold them off.
Range Rax. Yeah.
Both the tier 3s
They lost
are-
a lot of... Yeah. And that's a problem, because once those tier 3 is on, the range Raxes are gonna follow. Alright, so Invoker did go for the refresher, and does have a backpack. Has more than enough gold to buy back as well. Link Crush, that's gonna find himself one, but on the back line here, nice time lapse here. And suddenly it's gonna be Slaughter outside by himself. His BKB already activated, and simply just right clicks. That's just enough. Those weren't even glaive right click. He drops a gem as well, so somebody's gonna need to rebuy that. Arrow, that's gonna hit onto Sam H, but Overgrowth and Global is gonna be used.
Oh, the sleep.
Don't let it be stolen, Cuckoo.
Whole team.
Now it's gonna be Overgrowth gonna get cast. I'm not sure. Was it Global stolen? Yeah, that was a global stolen here again here by RR.
Ow.
He's gonna cast it, and now it's gonna be the fight going the other way. Arrow's gonna hit on the tree on the back line here. Aegis has been
Raven's
triggered.
gonna go down.
Yep, Raven's dead. They will kill the silencer a second time, in my opinion. Yep. Cuckoo. Nice time lapse, but I don't know how he's gonna make it out there.
Wait,
He seems to
detection?
fight himself.
There's no
He's
detection.
gotta be dead, right? Oh, they dropped the gem. No, they actually.
Oh, he walks uphill.
Yo, he's gonna be dead, I think. No, he's still alive. Living armor keeping him alive again. There's a buyback from the Naga Siren. Is Naga back in the fight? Naga's trying to run
my.
in.
Barracks are under attack.
Back on the right side. They're still chasing the
That
Crystal
is
Maiden,
so
but watch
cool.
the top. Naga's already taking down the tier 3s. Multiple buyback has been used. Mirana uses his. Alright. There was a lot of choking in that team fight. Break it down for us, Steven.
I began. That was such a weird thing about that fight was that both teams decided to go in at the exact same time. Cuckoo blinks in, starts. While Bash jumped in and stopped everyone from. Big.
Yep.
That global sign. Because of that, there wasn't dying with the age.
That should help.
So I've been watching these fights. The problem is he casts his curse whenever, right? Which is fair because it's a big AoE spell. And then as he casts global, there's some sort of miscommunication. The song also comes out, and because everybody's invulnerable, he can't last word anything. He can't get rid of his spell. And as a result, Rubik, after the song over, just yoinks global. And that's not, again, that's not the type of fight you can win if you give away global.
Is that what happened? They globaled on top of.
Well, I just knew that his last word was on cooldown, but he wasn't gassing it, so I assume that's what happened. I mean, regardless of what the result is in this game, this is not TNC's best game, right? There's just a lot of random mistakes by TNC.
I really like this.
Allies disappear.
By none of Nyx and Lardar have a really hard time blinking.
Right. The fact that they're still getting their spells off is just a testament of how well they've been playing. Naga's gonna get caught. This is the buyback. Global's gonna get used immediately, but they don't care. Okay, Mantis Style's gonna get used. Raven's gonna pop the song, but they got the BKB. They're gonna burn him down. That is a dieback on Raven. And Happy Feet just pulls a rabbit out of nothing. Oh, they spike him up. They see Sam H. They light him up as well. He pops the BKB. He time-lapse. And now he tries to run the other direction, but they leap in. They get the first hit bash. Sam H. is dead. He also doesn't have a buyback. The waves are all pushed, though. And that's a big problem.
Okay. It's okay. The waves are super.
Middle barracks are under
And
attack.
Tim's could actually overgrowth to keep the waves pushed as well. Oh, on the backside, Cuckoo finds himself one hex. Ooh, Yaj dropping very low, but... Ooh, Yaj is coming back in. Reor said they have overgrowth at the ready. They can pop it right here. Crystal Maiden. Gonna pop the Nova. Crystal Maiden moving forward. Pops a BKB. Dies in 2 seconds. Welcome to the Crystal Maiden life. Ben looking for the tornado, and he is out.
Radiant's middle
Again, the waves are pushed. The mid-rax is actually going to go down. I think the range creeps. Bobo range creeps, not focusing on the racks. Got distracted by the creep wave. Alright. TNC making all their fans a little worried with these plays, but they're still okay.
Saga, this is. Heck, even buff people, these are just all.
Yep. But look at this network graph, right? Wait. Cuckoo finds himself an assassination kill. The Blink Hex didn't work. Oh, they see Ben as well. They could overgrowth him. Or hit him. Punch. Leech Seed. Overgrowth's gonna get casted. He pops a BKB. What a Deathling Blast. Pushes 2 back here. They lift him up. Meteor's gonna miss as a result. But the constant chain stun on Cuckoo. They pop the Hex
but
here.
Raven's here.
Stole Leech Seed. I'm not sure what that's gonna do. And now Raven's gonna get coming in and kills RR as well. That's 2 more kills. Buyback status. There's one on Invoker, one on the Nyx, and they gotta both use it like right now.
Radiant's bottom
Currently.
tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna.
Yep. This is what I've noticed when Jules was playing Juggernaut, is that he kept getting caught. So compared to some of the best carry players out there, Jules is one that's somewhat unreliable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not gonna get chains on there, but he is taking down the melee racks. And the range racks up top is soon to follow.
Back, so the hits.
He's gonna get popped here by Ben. Keep in mind that this is Ben's buyback. They pop the global, they pop the overgrowth, and now it's gonna be Hex going on to Ben. Everybody clutter up on Ben and try to kill Ben. Ben goes down, he pops a refresher as well. And that should be it. Nice Impale following through on the tree, but there's just no damage without the Invoker. In fact, everybody has already died. Yaj is the only one alive, and nobody cares about him as it's all objective gaming from this point on.
Level 25.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Living armor has 12.
Alright. Well, they called it GG.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle
you
tower is under attack.
It's fair to say that I think Happy Feet played better than TNC, but the draft it was just so much better than Happy Feet's.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Needs assassin.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlock.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Life stealer.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the light.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slug.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Lena. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Timber saw!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare.
I think ease of execution, at least the early game, certainly in the favor of Mineski.
Yeah, a lot of TPs. Are they gonna place? No, no one plays bottom, so they both just gonna see each other. And top lane, both. Mushi, what is happening here? What is Mushi doing? He's clearing trees and stuff, and I am a bit confused over what he's.
He has no items either.
Oh, is this against Coddle mainly? So that you like Coddle can't hide in trees and blast, so that you're killing all the trees. I don't know. It seems random, but I mean it could have some sick reason.
So the ward placement itself is a bit weird, but other than that, the idea makes some sense. So he's gonna now buy out. So just have to instantly time
30 seconds to battle.
buy
They are.
earlier.
Oh, bottom lane. Oh my god.
In war, a fool's first.
Oh, that's the first blood for Adam.
3-4-3, gonna pick that up. He played very well earlier on today, so continuing that
Yeah.
momentum, picking up his Earth Spirit, even with the nerfs to that rolling boulder.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this hero is a hero. It doesn't matter how much you nerf it. Like as long as the core concept of heroes is the same, it's still gonna be tier 1 hero. So it's a bit funny how it works. But very interesting lanes. Both teams actually doing unique lanes. We're gonna have a lifesteal in mid, and they are adjusting to what I talked about Faceless, putting Nyx mid and Timber off lane. So I think this is mind games from both teams knowing each other a lot, and I think Mineski is gonna get the better end of it.
See how they fare. Where's the mid lane? We had connections earlier today. I hadn't experienced any lag, knock on wood, either on these servers, so that continues. Feel like Mineski, with the draft and with this first blood, feeling pretty good about themselves.
This is not fun to see though, when you see everyone starting with DC and reconnect, and then it's a bit unfortunate. Adam got the first blood, picked up a TP, went top instantly. So they might want to make a surprise kill. Timber is actually very weak level 1. He didn't go Porma Shield, and there's a big difference getting a Stout and Porma Shield. You're much tankier with a Porma Shield, like incredibly more tankier. And this guy could definitely go down level 1 if Earth Spirit gets a nice roll, and he might skill Whirling Death as well, which I assume he won't, but Reactive Armor level 1 is not the greatest.
Right. Could potentially have a glimpse available as well, so...
Yeah, they have a lot of
Potential.
damage, level 1. As long as... it's a bit hard for Mushy, because he has to hit the stun. And that's when the Earth Spirit nerf might come into play, because now it's quite a bad slow, so to say, from the roll.
Fun fact, earlier today, Game 2, Mineski versus Evos. Evos had 3 Arcanas. 3 Arcanas versus 1 of Mineski's. Mineski won the Arcana advantage today is 0-1. Arcana on the... the real facts.
Relevant stats.
Raging Potato played pretty fucking awesome the first series of the day today, but
Yeah.
had a lot of work done by specifically 343 or Adam on his Sand Kings. We'll see if they can continue the momentum going forward. Sure, they would have wanted to, you know, instantly jump into this series after the first one, but a little bit of a break mentally for them, perhaps a little bit of studying for Faceless of that last series. Big stakes on the line here to Manila.
Yeah, I mean, they got the first blood, so they got momentum already. However, these connectivity issues might not be the best. Oh god, this is very frustrating as a player. If you're like, you're getting into game, you got a great start, and like everyone drops, and you're trying to reconnect, but you DC instantly. It's very frustrating. And it's not fun for Faceless either.
Raging Potato back in. We won Team Philippines qualifier as well. Masters.
Pretty big stuff. It's a lot of. I think Faceless has some experience in that. Mineski, a decent amount, I guess. They played a bit, but not at the level of what the Faceless players have.
A couple days ago, Mushi and KYXY getting revenge on their former tag, Fnatic. They're able to 2-0 that new squad. Been impressed with him thus far. KYXY, you know, to some extent, you mentioned 3 and 4 roles being interchangeable. Feels like in a lot of games he takes a bit of a backseat farm-wise. 4-3, but still been very effective. They can continue that. 1 zip already for Mineski. They're able to net the first blood bottom lane on Nuts.
Yeah.
See how Black gets underway. Bottom lane, he feels like certainly, you know, laning-wise, potentially the most vulnerable hero here for Faceless, but it is a signature hero of his. So see if he can play around the danger.
Yeah, we're gonna see how Adam's rotation now is gonna work out. If he gets another kill here, it's gonna be very hard for Faceless in the laning stage, because they already at a disadvantage from how the lanes are set up, I think. And then having 2 kills on either side lane can be very bad.
And man, sentry drop, but they're not going to find this ward.
Oh.
They do have vision of Ice 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 now. Walking forward. There as well. Mushi will retreat to farm the wave. Already this dual lane, at the very least, going to be bodied back. KYXY bottom lane, taking a bit of harass from the Shadow Word.
Yeah, gonna be weak until level 2. I think they scouted Adam actually. I think they pinged out a bit on Faceless side on this trees here, so I think they know. However, Ice Ice is very far up. This could...
Blast does come out, connects onto Ninja Boogie. They get the slow off onto Ice Ice Ice, but as you mentioned, there's the nerf coming into play there.
Yeah, I think that would have been
Restoration on
first
the
blood.
slow.
In the... I think so actually. That's pretty seeing stuff like that come into play is pretty interesting.
Duration on that done. Mushi gonna catch a blast and a timber chain. Force him more likely to salve fairly soon. Mid lane, Nyx Assassin versus the Lifestealer. Well, you saw this matchup in a different lane earlier on today. Both should be able to farm. No real major kill potential, barring rotations from either side.
Yeah, I mean, this lane I have no clue. It's gonna be. I'm pretty sure both are gonna farm more or less.
Yeah.
Everything. I think there might be a slight advantage to one or the other, but more or less equal.
Jabs. Approached upon by 343 here in the mid lane, but still only level 1. Sure, there's really any kill potential.
I think Adam is very sad that he decided to go top. I think he could have actually netted a second kill on bottom lane, but wanted to go for the big prize and shut down the Timber early, and probably regretting that right now.
Roll in, mid lane does not connect. Carapace was there anyways for Jabs to at least reflect the damage. Be able to get a kill. Open wounds and rage going to be used as well by Raging Potato, so a bit low on mana going forward. Ice, top lane. Gets hit by the LSA. Thunderclap is there. Glimpse as well. But already 5 stacks of the reactive army. Mushi, he's going to take a tower hit here. He's in trouble. And Blast will finish him off. Arcana down 1-1. And a big death in the top lane. We talked about shutting down the Timbersaw, but Experience going to go the way of that Radiant offlane.
That was not very good at all. They have insanely strong lanes on Mineski, but having these small deaths are gonna make it so much harder. They're not getting the advantage they should be having.
Mid lane 17-3, 17-1, pretty much dead even. Nyx
I don't think these heroes, they probably haven't played this matchup, so they're like, I'm not even gonna do anything weird. I'm just gonna farm. That's usually how it goes with these weird matchups.
KYXY solo experience bottom lane.
Yeah.
Gonna catch a Fatal Bonds, but looking to eclipse that level 4 mark fairly soon. Has a decent amount of CS, 1 wave under his belt. It's gonna be able to body back Black with the Caustic Finale. So very difficult to kind of zone him just with the solo Warlock. Mid lane now. Raging Potato forced back by XY. Jabs is going to have his bottle delivered. He's going to pack himself an Arcane Rune. Yeah, definitely for the Nyx Assassin. Have rotation coming in from Adam. But the ward actually going to scout him. And maybe even scouts him dropping a ward of his own. Ward is going to find the Nyx Assassin. Spike Carapace is there, though. They get the stun and the blast. Second kill of the game for the Keeper of the Light for XY. Blast goes out. Is going to connect onto Raging Potato, but that'll be all she wrote for the mid lane. So again, 3-4-3's attempts in this early game thwarted, and the Earth Spirit really starving for some kind of impact.
He's trying to do too much, I think. I think he should have. He probably felt like bottom lane is already good, That's a good lane now for tanking. And then I want to save my other lanes, but it's backfiring. And if he stayed bottom, they would probably have destroyed the safe lane. He still can have a lot of impact. I think they are probably getting Timber.
Thick charges are there, but the chain not in time. Save Ice, and they will get him with the level 2 of the Earth Spirit Boulder Smash. That extra bit of time. Get off the few right clicks there. So enough magic damage from this arsenal of heroes to be able to bring down Ice. But back to lane he'll come, and definitely not displeased with his early game on the Timbersaw. Caudle as well has a couple of kills to his name. They've got a stack for him to farm up. He's already level 4, so all in all, Faceless still pretty happy with how this early.
Yeah, this is like why Caudle dual offlane is strong. It's not only because of the pressure in lane, which is a lot, but it's this kind of stacking. You can stack both camps pretty easy as Caudle. You just attack and send a blast and you get both, and then you clear it very easily. With most offlaners can clear this as well together with Caudle, so it's very nice. You're getting a lot of in lane and then as well the jungle, and you're kind of snowballing heavily from it.
Ice picks up his level 5. Caudle will do. But overall, you look across the board.
Oh, Lifestealer with a haste. He has a TP on Warlock. Yeah. Good play.
Get out. Doesn't cost the Lifestealer all that much. And so Now gonna run back through mid lane. XY doesn't have the mana leak though. That's gonna come up. He's Raging Potato able to dodge that relatively easily. And back to lane and farming he'll go. Meanwhile, Black bottom lane, 39 CS, doing very well considering he's got a Sand King opposite him in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel I'm not sure why Adam didn't want to go bottom at all. I feel like there's if he gets another kill in mid or top, it's fine. But the impact killing Timber once is decent, but he could have had a lot more impact on bottom lane. They might have some kind of a plan though. Like it might turn out to be decent. That's a good play by Yabs.
Play, yeah. He's gonna get the Spike Carapace under the Vendetta on top of the Caustic Finale. Flex some damage, ensures he gets the stun and the Impale hit, or the Vendetta hit off, excuse me. Easy kill and a big one at that. The Sand King at the time is level 6 mark, 378 experience going the way of that triumvirate of heroes. Mid lane, Potato a bit low, Jabs will just return, and in the meantime, XY, he was able to find himself some experience.
Yeah, I love seeing those pre-spike carapace and into stun. It lets look so cool, you know. Like people with Battle Fury or like AoE spells, it's very nice. Canceling Timber Chain with a carapace is one of the best feelings. It's quite nice seeing those plays, even on somewhat unconventional stuff like Caustic Finale. He seems to have, gonna say that this is a Nyx mid. It's not the most common, you know, so just might be inexperienced. But he knows it. He knows how to handle the hero.
They're aware he's under Vendetta as he just took the rune. Meanwhile, top lane, Ninja Boogie, very low as well. Ice. Jumping through. Chakram is going to finish off Disruptor. He may kill everyone here. Chain is going to whiff though. Does not have the Whirling Death. Will be able to stay up in lane and press forward, but unable to find any further kills. While Nyx Assassin did rotate down to the bottom lane, but looks like he didn't find an opening just yet on KYXY. Does have a regen rune bottled, so now as well. Nuts nearby, at least just soaking some experience. They desperately need this rock to be able to accelerate through that mid game and fight up against potentially what's going to be an Infest Bomb from not only the Earth Spirit, but at some point the Sand King.
I wonder how much is going to transition into mid game now from a safe in Lina. Seems might be hard to kind of transition out of that. So we're gonna see how he does that. Currently he's trying to kill someone, but that's gonna be hard. There's no one around. Call is kind of close to the shrine, and this could be backup if they go on him.
Roll is not going to catch the Coddle. They will end up cleaning up the camp, but really sure if it's worth the time to leave Ice alone in lane. He does get caught by the magnetic field, but I mean, this Timbersaw is level 7, 4 levels in the reactive armor. He's not really at all scared of this Radiant squad.
That was painful for that's a 5 hero rotation more or less. Even Lifesteal was getting there. I'm not sure how much Earth Spirit Adam has played, because he played position 5 recently with Team Bears. So I'm wondering if he hasn't, if he's like used to playing this like recently. So I don't think it's played bad, but you know, like I think maybe a more experienced Earth Spirit would have managed to make a mid-roll kick and stop that. I think it was probably not gonna happen, but I'm a bit unsure if maybe it could have happened.
Mid lane Potato, level 9. Kind of the silver lining thus far for the Dire lineup in the early game. You know, he's right on par with the safe lane free farming Slark. Does get the Infest off mid lane. Jab's not going to take any damage from it, but you know, he's feeling still very healthy. Continue to just lane away, and for that reason has found a lot of farm. Early game Black.
Oh, Midas.
Trees bottom lane. Bookie looking for him. Yeah, Black has gone for the Midas here. Relying on the rest of his team to create a little bit of space for him.
Iron Talon Midas, that's like, that's pretty greedy. But I wonder if Midas is better on Slark nowadays. It's a bit hard to like realize the use Midas. Maybe it's like, it's not that different, you know? Like, or is it better? I'm not sure. It's very hard to say. Like, it kind of should be better on more carries now, because you need 1 gold. Yeah, that looked like a very desperate attempt to kill a Slark. It looked like that was probably not gonna happen. Actually, he has Static Storm, so there was some potential.
Ninja Boogie, as soon as he picks up 6, buys a smoke and goes bottom lane. But
Radiant's
Black
bottom tower
playing
is under attack.
safely underneath his tower. I mean, it is 11 minutes in. You expect your safe lane tower to be pressured by that point, and
Oh, yeah,
not worth
Midas as well.
funneling in one by one.
Dyer's
So
Play
two
sides.
tower
Midases.
is under attack.
One on the Nyx Assassin, one on Lark. Certainly Nyx, perhaps a bit more common. Allows him to transition at least into items if he doesn't get kills.
Radiant's bottom
He's not a
Oh,
hero that
Golem is
can
up
really
there,
farm.
smoked here.
Dyer's middle
They're
tower
looking to
is
fight
under
this.
attack.
Fatal Bonds goes out first. They don't have a glyph yet. They are just gonna drop it down. They will connect onto Raging Potato. He still has the rage though. Luminate gonna fly through. Static Storm though counters it. Epicenter from KYXY will find the first kill. That's gonna be onto Jabs. The second kill for Mineski's side is gonna be found onto Nuts as Raging
No
Potato.
TP on Coddle.
And they find the LSA. Burrow Strike is there. Raging Potato double kill on the lifesteal and the tower. And as I just spoke about funneling in kind of 1v1, they try to use the Chaotic Offering, but as you mentioned, you know, if that Chaotic Offering is not used to counter initiate or stop the lifestealer with the rage, Raging Potato just kind of soaks it up and then looks to go aggressive still with the rage in hand. So
They were not
very nicely played.
They were not very coordinated there because I'm pretty sure they could have bursted Lifestealer, and I think it was Sanking was up there as well. But with Nyx stun off the Golem, actually Ice is probably gonna go down. Oh, is he tanky? He has a hood. I think it's fine. Yeah, he could turn. It's classic Ice.
Gets the stick charges off. Black's coming through as well. The pull back from the Chakram. Pounce is going to connect on the KYXY. They kill him off. And Ice showing very good understanding of his limits on the hero. Did get the mid-roll kick there from 343. It's almost as if he heard you, but unable to kill off Ice's Timbersaw there. At this point in the game, he's just gotten way too many levels out of his lane. On level 9. Now they're going to pressure the tier 1 of Mineski just as theirs was brought down. And Ice gonna stand tall in front of Raging Potato. Does have the armlet, but a lot of
this seems
heroes
very
nearby.
risky.
Rage up.
Oh yeah,
And he will TP up.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing more than I knew at least. I was getting worried actually on what is he doing. They could turn, but he knew.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Golem,
Ice will clean up the wave.
Golem 1 minute cooldown, so I feel like they should be defending this tower since it's on cooldown, but they're gonna drop it. They're kind of rotating in now, but
Dyer's structures.
they could kill Black. He actually has TP in backpack, so it's gonna take him some time.
Nice silence, and they get the Static
plays.
Storm off as well.
Very nice.
3,
No
4,
risks
3.
taken. They use a lot. That was coordinated as well. That was like they knew what they were doing. Everyone was on the same page. Gonna
Mid
get
lane
a
now. Going on Raging Potato, but still just too tanky. The armlet rage, he'll just pop it and walk away. They will get the tier 1 tower in the meantime top lane, but losing Black, a little bit of collateral damage for them. Mushi does pick up his Yule Scepter now, so as you mentioned, a bit of a slower pace out of the safe lane perhaps than it would have been out of the mid lane, but has his essentials here, and now infested up is 343's Earth Spirit.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
Yeah, they have a
Raging
golem now
Potato
though.
lifesteal inside.
I'm not sure if this should be defended. I'm pretty sure they should be splitting. If they can burst Ice. No, Nuts. I mean, I get confused by these nicknames for some reason.
Yeah, Nuts has
So-
Ice.
Yeah, he has the tag off there. So
Post-bender.
I just read it and I'm like, wait, Ice is playing Timber. There's no way. Okay, but you can't. I don't think you can take a fight against Faceless unless you go on Warlock.
Mm.
So getting the Sankin Blink is big. Earthspear rolling into a Warlock seems very unlikely, unless they have very good vision and he comes from some sick angle. That's probably not happening. So should definitely wait for the Sankin Blink, and they kind of waste time trying to defend the towers.
Oh, bot lane. Dragon Slave into the Carapace. Once again, Jabs under the cover of Vendetta, able to use that Carapace. Meanwhile, mid lane, Ice trying to TPL. He won't be successful in doing so. Magnetize and the Static Storm able to bring him down. So core for core across the map. Relatively even trade gold-wise.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
is under
wonder who
attack.
will get most pressure on tower. Actually, this is some good rotation by Mineski. They're gonna catch this call.
3-4-3 connects
pretty
with the
fast, though.
boulder smash. Rolling boulder is there as well.
Dyer's bottom
They're
Well, they
losing the
lose
bottom
their
tower.
off lane tier tower, tier 1 tower, that is.
They
It
can't
looks
pressure, I
like-
think.
Dyer's
Yeah, it
bottom
looks
tower
like
is
Faceless will be able to
Oh,
contest
this-
at the very least.
Middle tower is under attack.
Tail goes out, phase boots off to the west, and Rage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They got a decent amount of damage though. I think Mineski are relatively happy about that. They got a tower. They lost a tower, but they got 2 kills and they almost took a tower. So it's pretty good for them still. Even though it looked like maybe they didn't get that good of a trade. Ice is back to farming though. Kinda wants to get his bloodstone. He's relatively weak right now. There's a lot of damage on Mineski. There's a lot of magic damage.
Yeah.
But they kinda have to focus everything on him. So
He did stop off for the hood earlier, and now Black has picked up his Shadow Blade, so can team up alongside Jabs. Look to create some space there for Ice, and remainder of their lineup is, of which, Rolling Boulder
oh, this is
forward
what I'm talking about.
is going to catch on Nuts, and
Oh, no.
Blinding Light, they're in time, but the Rage able to purge it off. They get the LSA on the north side as well to find XY. Trying to save his Nuts Warlock, he will end up dropping double kill for Raging Potato, who's 6-0-0 on this Lifestealer out of the mid lane thus far this game, and does end up picking up the last hit on the tower as well. Mid lane, safe lane towers down for the Radiant side. Dire mid lane tower very low as well, so trading relatively evenly towers, but Blink Dagger up on KY, XY now. This is going to be, a window in the game where Mineski is going to be very strong with where their Lifestealer is at and having both the Earth Spirit and Sand King to get him into the fights.
Yeah. So Warlock getting jumped first. If this, now that I'm thinking about it, Warlock call, like they have like the same. They want to stand in the same place. They're standing in the back. They're waiting, and one of them can't stand correctly. And Adam, what a good timing.
Gets the roll off. Raging Potato able to TP away. Give Black a few essence just stacks, help him farm a little quicker, but not exactly what Faceless were looking for with the reveal of Black's Shadow Blade.
Will Yabs get something? He's chasing. He got a blink, but it's in backpack, so he switched now. Oh, he could get it.
Tower vision here.
Oh, if he sold
Daytime.
earlier. Still get the courier. No, he's not going for it.
Doesn't have any kind of global contrib either on the back end of his potential
It's
initiation.
ending now, so he has to be careful. He's gonna place a ward up here, looks like. But his escape has to be good. Oh,
They even ping him out
Yeah,
on the
the-
disruptor, but
yeah, they saw him, I think, right? Because they saw the pinging. But KYXO was not reacting at all. So I'm not sure what really happened there.
could have potentially been looking at his mid lane as the creeps
Yeah.
pushed in, and he walks over and ends up denying the tower. While Black finding some time to farm is atop the net worth. So despite being 6-0-0 on this Lifestealer, whereas Black 1-1-2 with that Midas and 145 last hits, has been able to find the farm he needs. LSA gonna miss top lane. Ice though, he's a bit low on mana, so very hard for him to press forward. Kind of baiting in though. Static Storm does drop down on the Nyx. The Chaotic Offering from the backside, trying to disjoint the initiation on the Ice. He's still in a lot of trouble though. And the Blinding Light will at least delay it out. Ice, he's still alive. Meanwhile, they get the Disruptor on the backlines with jabs. Rolling Boulder over to the right. XY, he's still fairly healthy. Magnetized running through the entire Radiant lineup, though. And finally, the Coddle will go down. Pounce lands as soon as the Rage is over, and Black gets a double kill with the Dark Pact, finishing off the Lifestealer. Now 3-4-3 turning to the east to run. Pounce is going to whiff. He does have a Rolling Boulder available. Will get
Yeah,
the
probably
Bounty
just
Rune.
kick him, yeah.
Gets a kick away. And Rolling Boulder TP out. Will just be safe for now. Mushi able to make it away as well on the Lina. But a very drawn out team fight, and when all was said and done, Faceless looking good. Black pretty much untended, like not even attended to in that fight, was able to just kind of go wild and grab himself a couple of kills.
Yeah, Adam again missed the stun. Could have definitely killed Timber if he landed it, but Kind of missed it by a little. I think he went for a double stun. Could have cost them, Faceless a lot more. Oh, that's a good blink out. But we have some invis. Do they have detection? They do.
Guna Blade for good measure, as they didn't have much vision up the hill. Dire side, so do end up picking up jabs, and he certainly wasn't a noteworthy target to bring down. They do pick up 1300 experience for that triumvirate of heroes, but overall feels like Faceless very comfortable with where they're at in this one. They have the Slark and the Nyx Assassin, as well as the 3 tier 1s down, so should be, you know, fairly easy for them to start to establish some map control.
Yeah, Black is getting scary. He has a BKB soon. I think they should probably get this BKB and then get a gem. And this game is gonna be very hard for Mineski after that. They don't really have anything to deal with the BKB. They can burst him if they manage to initiate on him, but initiating on a Slark is always gonna be very hard. So
yeah,
the game is gonna be a lot harder for Mineski very soon.
You also have kind of the Blinding Light, the Chaotic Offering, you know, the Nyx Assassin behind the Slark, so we'll have to find him in some ways out of position to be able to initiate for thereafter. But mid lane, seeking and finishing heroes off. 3-4-3 with ease is going to be spilled in the mid lane, and Black, after starting 1-1 and 2, going to be 4-1 and 2 at this point. So since he picks up that Shadow Blade,
bottom XY is calling someone in, and they're set up to gank. This could be backfiring.
Jump forward, they get an easy kill on the Nyx. They know KYXY is nearby, but he should be able... Oh, the Yule Scepter! With a not even half second left to go.
Oh, he doesn't have the cost range challenge. It looked like it was the cost range challenge that got him. I was actually gonna mention that, but he doesn't even have it.
Top lane, Ice. Unattended does have the Bloodstone now. Not going to be the quickest at pushing this tower, but a couple of kills for Mineski. Not going to translate really into anything. Nope. Objectives nearby, but now Black, he finds out Ninja Boogie will bait out the Static Storm as well.
They want to force
in towards the top lane. Doesn't even end up using his BKB. Yeah, really nice kill for Black to get.
I was, I felt like he might have been panicked in BKB, but pretty calm. But good kill. Doesn't result in much though. It's just killing a disruptor. You don't really gain much from it. The other parts of the map is being farmed by the opponents either way, so you're just getting a kill, boost your goal a bit, but not really contributing anything to the end game. So is that gem? Is there gonna come a gem? I want to see. On the ports are not interested right now. They might be waiting for the Cod Lags, which seems pretty good. But after that, I really think they should be getting it. Yeah. They have 2 zeros and Cod, which is Cod and Slark, like the 2 best gem carriers, so should be getting one.
Plate mail picked up by Ice. He's going to get inevitably harder and harder to kill as this game goes on. For Mineski's side, they do have a lot of bursts available with the SK, Lina, and even the Lifestealer to an extent, but Ice, he's been ignored for the last 5 minutes or so up in that top lane. So level 17 currently, alongside his Slark, who's 18 at the top of the board, doing very well for himself. Black has a double damage room. Look, Crusher. They do have some deep vision down for the raid side, but aren't showing themselves just yet.
Yeah, top lane, Ice. I don't think he's going down here. Oh, not even close.
Yeah, he just pops the barrier. He's going to jump forward. Misses the Whirling Death, but it doesn't feel like he would have killed off.
I don't think so. Might have been close. It's very hard to gank a Timbersaw. He's so tanky. Oh, they're finding something. Do they have a gem? No, they just have detection.
Sentry down, Jab's in a lot of trouble. Gets the Impale off onto the Disruptor, but Raging Potato finishes him off. Ice. He's now going to turn tail and run. Jump forward though from KYXY, who's got the Yules up. Gets the Burrow Strike off. They do use the Static Storm. He will get it off in time. Wow, KYXY even expending the Epicenter, hoping to get the kill, but he gets the deny in time. Now Blinding Light going to keep them from pushing back the tower. Black in position, ready to initiate. Jumps onto Raging Potato, and we'll just back him out. Not going to commit the pounce there.
Yeah, that's good. If he had Basher, he could have maybe went for it, but doesn't have it, so Good plays from both teams, I kind of guess. It was very unlucky for Ice Ice, or in terms of KYX. I think popping Epi was a pretty good decision. However, it didn't work out. So pretty good by Ice to get that Bust on Deny off. But Mineski is taking control over this game. It feels like it's up to Black to do something. It's basically him that has all the farm.
Yeah, it feels like despite how much space Ice has got, his impact has certainly not been reflective of that. So Black, with all his farm, they do have the Coddle Eggs now though, so for that gem certainly to come out fairly soon. Yules bot lane, Ice going in deep for Mushi. Mushi again going for a similar build earlier that he did earlier in the Yules Lincolns, certainly favoring the kind of defensive natured build.
Yeah, went to respawn time. I'm not sure what we saw earlier.
Ice gonna get silenced up by the Geomagnetic Grip. Magnetic goes out, or Magnetize goes out, and they will end up bringing him down underneath the Static Storm. There was no response at all, really, from Faceless. Nuts. He's going to be a secondary kill on the back end, and Mineski continuing with their momentum from earlier in the day. They really just haven't made use of this Coddle Eggs yet. They don't have the gem to pair up with it. Haven't smoked under Daytime and Black. With the BKB, he's still yet to use it. Feels like he got this, 7 or 8 minutes ago. Still sitting on that 10-second charge.
There's definitely some miscommunication going on. They're not. Remember the first golem usage. They were like, he hesitated on the golem and then he threw it down, but then Nyx wasn't ready for it. And this was like a very similar thing. Ice is just YOLOing in. The backup is not there. Black has already TP'd out. They're not there with call to recall. So they're not on the same page. They're kind of just playing solo Dota. And Mineski seems to be much better than allowing a team to just solo Dota their way to a victory.
She's recovered nicely out of the safe lane. He's got his Shadow Blade now in addition to the Yules Lincolns, so can look to set up on his own. Maybe even gets himself a gem, would be very nice against the Nyx, and Slark can initiate at least on the Nyx with the Infest. KYXY TPing down to the Shrine. Has a double damage, inconsequential, but more so has the Lifestealer inside him.
Yeah.
They're looking at Ice, who once again is alone out in this bot lane. They get the Epicenter off Static Storm again. And down to 3 charges from 12 quickly.
Oh, Mushi Shadow Blading out. Oh, he was surrounded by 3 heroes, and they put down like 3 sentries to get him, but he just ran past all of them.
Fiery Soul level 4 Shadow Blade available. Lincoln Sphere and Yules, and yeah, definitely a very fast hero. They'll be able to transition that Timber kill and Lena's survival into a tier 2. Mineski looking very good at this point. They've yet to deal with Black, but it just feels like across the board, Mineski have heroes that have been having considerable impact in this game where Faceless just can't say the same. Their Warlock Golem has yet to be used. Great success. Feels like, the early blink on Nyx, they haven't found all that much. A lot of this, as you touched before, on Black.
Time for them to shine. They got the gem. They're going aggressive. Yeah, Boogie is getting out, so this could backfire. I think they seem to have a kind of a clue where they are, approximately at least. Except Adam. Maybe it was just bait.
Get him jump forward though. KYXY. Rock is going to be onto the Rage of the Lifestealer. They get the Spike Carapace off onto Jabs, and now the Lifestealer, he's in trouble. He's going to end up dropping Mushi. Combos up 2 supports, though, and gets a double kill in the meantime. Will Black be able to find him 1 second until Pounce? Mushi very fast with the Fiery Soul, and it looks like, he gets bashed up. Stops for that split second to try and get the extra Fiery Soul charge, and it costs him. Black able to chase him down with the freshly picked up Basher. Did have the gem available. The fight went overall very well for Faceless. Mushi just able to kind of salvage it with that double support combo in the back.
Yeah, they didn't manage. They kind of have to blow up nuts every time. That's more or less the only way to win team fights, unless you're like very far ahead. Because Slark is very strong. Black is he will destroy anyone if he has this team backup. So you kind of have to stop the nuts counter initiation or sanking. There's a gem incoming.
He'll use himself up, but it feels like he's in a lot of trouble, and we'll just end up dropping. Mana leak was there anyways. Doesn't feel like he had enough for a burrow. So good rotation over from Black using that gem. XY serving as bait. And Black extreme farm this.
Oh, ice, ice, ice.
100 gold in addition to the basher again.
Got the Bloodstone deny. Probably gonna use it.
Does end up actually getting used offensively, but yeah.
Yeah, I think
Sees
they want
Mushi and Raging Potato come in, and he will end up doing ice things,
Roche.
making space for Roche.
This is some good plays. If they... Oh, this is slow. This is not that fast. Slark is not a good Roche taker. There's no one that's a good Roche taker in the Faceless team. Yeah, they're backing off. I think that's probably the better decision.
Black mid lane looking to see if he can find the straggler. Mushi gonna reveal himself here. Finds the Disruptor instead and will be able to pick him up with that Dark Pact. Does get silenced up, but has the BKB if he wants to purge this. He's gonna hold on to it for now though, and they'll kill off Mushi. So a bit of a case of perhaps chain feed from Mineski, but Mushi didn't really have any choice but to fight. He had used his Shadow Blade to walk in towards it. Now the Roche is gonna be ripe for the taking for Faceless.
Yeah, gonna just need to get some advantage. You're not that strong in Roche, but if people are dead, there's nothing to really stop you. Game is getting very hard for Mineski. You see these fights, like you don't have a way. You cannot deal with Slark at all, but you're not managing to kill everyone else, which is like the only thing you can do. So it's very hard for Mineski, and I'm not sure what their game plan is. They're playing against double Midas, so they are falling behind rapidly. I cannot check graphs, unfortunately, so I don't know how much.
There was a time about 4 or so minutes ago that Mineski did have about a 2,000 net worth lead, but it's now 4K in favor of Faceless.
Faceless are getting this game back very fast. Looks like a smoke play. I think there's a gem. Yeah, Earth Spirit got a gem now, so this is a big fight. If they manage to win this fight and get a gem from Black, this could be the turning point.
Mushi holding on front, as he does have the
They
silver
know
in.
though. They have good positioning. Black is going in.
Black gets silenced up, but has the Dark Pact preempted. Now,
Oh, this is good focusing. Warlock is down.
is pretty much gonna whiff. They do get the Warlock, but they need to run down to the south to re-engage on the fight. And now Black, he's just gonna look and man fight. Epicenter up to the north. Ice, 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 still standing tall. And the two carries fighting against one another. Mushi gonna join up. Black in trouble, does have the Aegis though. Jabs nearby. Mushi, Laguna blades him down. Meanwhile, Ice, ice, ice will be able to pick up 3-4-3, and now Black gonna respawn. Jab's gonna come in. Mana burns up the Lina. They'll pounce forward and find her. Black has 6 Essence just charged. Looking to find Raging Potato. KYXY, he was thinking about re-engaging, but he'll think twice as Ice 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 joins the fray as well. Little whiff on the Timber Chain, but double kill for Black as he gets the timely bash once again. And a very split up fight, but it just seems like Aegis was just the tipping factor there, as they spend a lot of time trying to bring down Black, and it was really only his first death.
Yeah, the Aegis winning that fight. Good focus now. They killed Nuts first thing out. Like that, they have to do that. There's no other option, more or less. So that's very, very good from them. But they lost the gem now, so now Faceless has 2 gems. So unless I didn't see Faceless pick up both, but I am assuming they have it.
Yeah, Jabs and Ice 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 both have one.
Yeah, so it's very hard for Mineski now, and they're gonna go high ground. He has quite a lot of stacks, not an insane amount, but a lot to take down.
No, they didn't just had Static Storm come back up, and Black does not have Aegis, but he's got a full Butterfly at this point with no Lifestealer. Jump forward, Dust. Try and find Black. They will get the glimpse back onto him. He gets the Dark Pact off beforehand. Will be able to BKB and ult. He's going to turn and right-click into KYXY. Godlike streak for the Slark. Zip forward from Ice Ice Ice. Ninja Boogie in trouble. Illuminate finishes him off. Jab's able to blink out after open wounds. Ice Ice Ice, not the easiest target to bring down. He's going to be silenced for the next little bit. And there's the counter initiation from the Chaotic Offering onto the Lifestealer. They're turned back onto Mushi, though, and bring down the Lina. Even with Magnus Eyes ticking away, they'll be healed up by the Illuminate. Black will jump forward in towards top lane. He's got Shadow Dance once again. 31 Essence Shift stacks and the Butterfly. He wants to be able to use this on the buildings. He's going to be healed up by the Urn as well as the Shadow Word. Raging Potato forced to pop Rage here. And Ice Ice Ice, he doesn't commit all that much to it. Gets an infest off into a radiant creep. Be able to make it away, but it's 2 melee Raxes, 1 full lane in the mid lane. Here, 36 minutes in for Faceless, and they really lose nothing for it when all is said and done.
This game had a fast turn. It ended. Seems like this game is more or less in Faceless hands now, and very hard for Mineski to win. Like I said, the fight before, like in Mineski's jungle, like this could be the turning point for Mineski, but it ended up being more or less Faceless straight up winning the game. With I'm not sure if there was many buybacks used or if any. I don't know the buttons. I need to take a second. No buybacks used, but you need to take and fight in the opponent's jungle now to take control over this game for Mineski. You can't really fight in your base anymore.
I'll take that.
And they have a Lina, but they're not good at dealing with super creep overall as a lineup.
They need to itemize for it, but then they're not itemizing to win fights, which is not good either. So it's very hard for them right now.
Abyssal Blade as well now picked up by Black. Intents purposes, he's 2 full items ahead of his next closest enemy competitor.
Yeah, I wonder what the Faceless plan is. It seems like they're strong enough. They seem to be maybe waiting for chaotic offering, but I don't feel like I feel like Black is probably saying we should go now, we shouldn't wait, I'm so strong. So they're probably gonna listen to that and go a bit more aggressive and at least take this tower even if they don't have golem.
Word pinged out as well. Black gonna deal with the shrine as Ice. The rest of the squad push in the bottom lane. The last tier 2 stopping them from taking that third lane of Rax and Black.
Oh, epic.
They do have ward vision. Ice. He's gonna kind of get glimpsed out of the epicenter though. KYXY pops the BKB. The lifestealer still inside him. Now will finally pop, knowing that the rock is down. But Black, he'll just get to work and bring down KYXY. Pounce not going to connect onto Raging Potato. He does get the infest off, but a jump forward from Ice. Gets the Chakram slow off. And Raging Potato, he will be able to armlet toggle and make it out. Chaotic Offering just coming back off cooldown. Was used on the north side of the fight. They'll bring down 343. Nuts in trouble. Will end up dropping Shivas though. Doesn't quite give them vision of Mushi, who's able to make it off to the west. Ice. Oh, doesn't connect with the Timber Chain. Perhaps may have bursted the Disruptor there. All said and done though, the most important heroes of Faceless are still alive and ticking. They'll take down this tier 2.
Warlock got the chaotic offering out, and that probably means that Mineski lost the fight. Mushi's kind of yolling here, which is pretty good because that's what you have to do to even have a chance at this game. And it works out. If his team can follow him up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're able to. KYXY just a minute too late. Now he's going to get abyssaled and save your teammate syndrome. Black, 40 Essence Shift stacks roughly at this point. Will force the infest out from Raging Potato. Meanwhile, Ice blows one up front line.
I think Black could even go for throne right now if he wanted to.
Lina has a buyback available. 20 seconds till KYXY is up though, and feels like without a full 5-man, they don't really have a chance to defend this, and they will throw in the towel in this game 1. Faceless, after looking like Black was really the only relevant hero in towards the mid lane. Like Ice ended up dying a lot of times by his lonesome. Just felt like Mineski just unable to deal with it, as you mentioned, without bursting the Warlock before counter initiation comes out. They were just unable to win fights, and it felt like that fight at the staircase near the Dire Secret Shop there really propelled Faceless.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Omni Knight.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Witch Doctor.
Radiant team pick. Ten
Templar
seconds remaining.
Assassin.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve
Naga
time.
Siren.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tiny.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Anti-mage.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think Tiny is one of those heroes has quite a lot of item builds. Some people
Or
like
TP.
so the new meta, smoke TP, everyone does it. You're gonna see 5 TPs soon, 6 TPs.
Up on the high ground,
Minion
XY is there
Boogie.
as well. He didn't play so.
He might have realized XY plays one. TA is sitting on one of the wards. I think they might have tried to do some sneaky plays here. Adam stood near the cliff and gave the ward to Mushi, who was still smoked, so they were hoping to beta sentry there.
Like they did. For the time being.
Anti-mage heading top. This is... They're rotating lanes.
Seen a lot of that mind games
30
between these
seconds
two.
to bet.
Yeah.
They see each other so often. It's
They seem to know each other quite well. I mean, I don't think going some kind of anti-mage aggro lane is too bad. The hero is underrated for sure in that aspect. He's like surprisingly strong, like doesn't die, can farm, has amazing base damage and attack speed, so he like usually gets most of it.
The battle
Tiny is probably
begins.
gonna struggle against an anti-mage lane, honestly.
probably one of the worst anti-mage cosmetic sets. Is this totally base? Oh no, he's got different shoulders. Someone get this man. Someone gift this man an anti-mage set, please.
This man is doing what everyone should be doing. Just use basic for
Are
everything.
you against
Or,
cosmetics?
I either use the I use the ugliest set I have every time. That's like what I do. If like there's a Mirana here that's god awful ugly, I always use that one. Stuff like that.
Yeah, so top lane they will aggro with Raging Potato. He does have the poor man's shield. Got Warlock behind him, and potentially at some point the Earth Spirit.
I feel like
At least
this is something
posturing
OG
up.
would do. Anti-mage Warlock aggro dual lane. This is like OG style, I feel like.
See how they get on.
Sick. I wonder how the other lanes are gonna go. That's like, I don't think anyone's gonna die top, honestly. I feel like everyone's gonna stand here watching each other farm.
Yeah, I don't think
Maybe
we see
supports could go
Omni
down.
Knight Nyx very often, but generally speaking, if the anti-mage Warlock do decently 3-4-3, he can definitely find a kill mid lane.
Yeah.
Get one of their wards, D-ward here. Avalanche thrown top lane.
Bottom lane, I think Omni Knight is favorable, but I'm not too certain. Mid lane is
XY.
equal.
Gonna get rolled on, blink forward. Oh, nice cask though. Gonna keep Raging Potato back, and they're unable. Again, that slow duration allowing XY to kind of waltz away. It looks like he died otherwise, but he's gonna be able to clarity up. Get back to blasting away.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Bushi, meanwhile, lit mid lane, pretty much dead even right now with Jabs. Jab faring very well for himself on the fire.
Yeah, I think Naga usually tends to do quite well in mid. Like I think generally, if you're left alone, you're more or less always at the same lost hits as the opponent, no matter what you're up against. Almost one of the benefits of the hero.
What have we here?
But I think Wish is gonna. Yeah, I'm not sure how much the illusion thing is. It's 8 gold. I guess it's a little bit extra, but not a big deal.
Fairly static laning stage so far, and as you mentioned in the draft, a lot of it is going to be back of 3-4-3's movements, Adam's movements on the Earth Spirit. See what he can find. Thus far, just been securing the top lane where Raging Potato certainly farming well, but you're never going to gain all that much in terms of levels on the aggressive farmer. So it's at level 3.
Yeah, I wonder how people are gonna itemize in this game, because this is an Naga versus Anti-Mage game. So I think like people going early Midases might be worth it. Like TA rushing Midas, like stuff like this is what can win games in this kind of weird matchups. So I'm very interested to see what people are gonna itemize in.
Everyone just builds Aghanims, right?
Denied.
I mean, you can just go Midas on Anti-Mage or someone and then like charge the people.
Alright, 3-4-3 back towards this top lane. Hasn't really budged much from here. Feel like they can get
Maybe
a kill.
That like he over-rotated last game, so he's like static this game.
Avalanche flies out. May leave them
He's using-
vulnerable now.
He's using Avalanche a lot to lost it, I see. That speaks of how rough this lane is for him.
Does have the shocker magic, but jump forward, ice, ice, ice. And this is the problem with going on the Warlock. Has
Upheaval.
2 heroes isolated.
This was not what I was expecting. It's like there's a level in upheaval. I guess it works.
Yeah,
Because
fatal bonds.
you want to chase people down in this lane. Like your 2 cores, like the 2 people in your lane wants to just right click them for 10 years. So get upheaval for that.
Flare it up for ice, ice, ice. And Radiant pulling ahead CS-wise across the board. As you mentioned, Black having a rough time last hitting in this lane. Tiny 0 base armor on the hero, so very difficult for him to trade right clicks, and does have the shocker magic behind him, so he can kind of spam the avalanche more. Definitely suffering in this department. 17 at the point, 23 opposite him. KYXY chasing down Ice 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 bot lane. Gets stunned by the Orb of Venom on Carapace.
Beautiful mechanic. Minesk are doing quite cool. Like they're winning all 3 lanes, and but it's not like by a big margin, you know. Like everyone is pretty close to each other. Like
Right.
so the lanes are relatively even. I do think Adam wants to make some form of rotation eventually to get an edge in another lane, because like I said, I don't think top lane anyone will go down. You're like they're rolling in on these supports and they're getting like the initiation off. but they are not able to kill him off because they don't really have that much kill potential. And that's the TP out, so he might be looking to try and kill this Nyx. There's no mana, Omni has quite a lot of mana, Orb of Venom, 2 levels in GG Nora. This is definitely a potential kill.
No repel though. Are gonna have to be able to dodge the Carapace. The roll forward, it does not connect. Carapace is there. He has the rolling now. Boulder, or the boulder smash. Doesn't end up popping it. Costly miss there from 3. A little bit retreat back in it, give some space in the assassin gonna feel. More pressure, jabs kicked away from the rune.
One top. DD for Mushi. Do they have ancient stacks?
Top lane, Anti-Mage catches a blast as well as the combo from the Tiny, but 1 level in the spell shield is enough to keep him alive in Shadow Word, as well as a Mushi. Yeah, gets that DD bottled up, has some space in the lane, jabs. Perhaps gonna throw it here. Neither hero really putting much damage into the opposite tower. Everyone just kind of farming up in the game. Do you feel like that benefits anyone? I mean, the Tiny feels a bit behind. He feels like the biggest discrepancy in this early game is that. Feel like that benefits either side, how stagnant this early game's been?
I don't think I can like really have an answer for that, because this I feel like no matter the early game, this game is gonna go very late most likely. So I think like the early stages, it's gonna be hard to say who benefits from what, and it's very hard to say. Like I don't think either team has like an advantage in late game. Like both teams have great late game, so it's very hard to say like a team gets like. I think Mineski are stronger at snowballing, so they could benefit more in that regard because they have roach potential, and then they can take towers and lock the map down a bit more than what I think Faceless have. They had slower timing, so to say.
I would agree with Mushi's start that he's probably the scariest hero going into the game. He has the DD. Throw in some right clicks into this tower mid lane. Auto rotation coming over. It's going to be soaked up by a refraction charge. Got about 50% of the HP down. Tower. Meanwhile, they know the Coddle is mid, but 343 has rotated over as well rather than trying to get something done top lane. D-Ward for Ninja Boogie, now XY. Perhaps in a bit of a precarious position. He's deep behind the tower though, and 343 level 2 still hasn't even hit level 3. Difficult for him to be rolling underneath the tower.
It's pretty hard. Level 1 the boulder smash is pretty bad. It's basically not even a stun, so it's very hard to make plays with that spell. When it's on level 1, you kind of need it to be level 3, I'd say, before you can like reliable kill people, unless they're very low already. He is going deep though. What is XY doing? Was that an Invis Mushi?
It's a little...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was Invis.
I wasn't watching Mushi actually.
A little greedy far forward in lane. As Jabs does retreat to the jungle to give him his Coddle some space. Get punished for it. Mushi grabs himself a kill, and you know, as you would expect at this point here, nearing 9 minutes in, high up atop the net worth chart is that Templar.
It's pretty funny watching top lane. They're like harassing this Anti-Mage and Warlock just healing. Then like repeat for 8-9 minutes now, and they're just farming. So I mean, Tiny's doing great, or not great, but he's doing good. Like he's not having an issue at all. He's farming very well. I don't think they're unhappy with the laning at all. We're gonna see a Midas on Omni Knight soon. Nyx is queuing up on Midas. I don't think anyone else should be queuing anything up yet, at least. But I actually think TA could. I don't think Midas on TA would be bad this game.
Mushi's stashing up 1100 gold, but I mean, likely the Desolator could though be a Midas.
Yeah, I think the Deso into early Roche and stuff like that is probably better.
They do have some pretty scary 5-man with the Omni Knight and the Warlock if they're able. Coddle though always gonna tough to push into.
Yeah. I wonder like, cause now when they went on aggro trialing with Anti-Mage, so like both carries are underleveled, but that probably affects Tiny more, cause Tiny wants to hit those nice timings with like level 10, 11, 12 with the high level damage, nuke, and then the blink and the grow. While Anti-Mage doesn't really care about those timings as much, so that's like an interesting aspect about doing this kind of stuff. Not sure if it's gonna matter that much though. I feel like the game is gonna go late either way.
Yeah. But I definitely... It's perhaps untapped potential for the Tiny, whereas, you know, the Anti-Mage, he just needs golden items for now. You know, it's nice to have level 4 Blink to traverse the jungle quicker, but his level certainly agrees on as important, at least. And Tiny hasn't even picked up level 6 yet, just will now here, 10 minutes into the game. Jumping forward. Cask not going to do much for Nuts here. He's going to look to TP out. Mana Void is there, though. Be an easy kill for Raging Potato, and he will end up getting it. Doesn't even need to expend the Blink. And because it's a solo kill, gets himself a good amount of experience.
Yeah, that's some good experience right there. I feel like he would have survived if he kept running. Like, it's kind of hard for Antimage to chase, because he doesn't have Orb Venom, so like, if you just run, Antimage's not going to be able to hit a lot. Well, it was a bit weird of a TP. I feel like he has Mana Void, so he's going to cancel it. He's going to cancel your TP, for sure. Probably wanted to do some sick ukes, but... I mean, it's not too unexpected, Antimage getting a kill of some random support running around. Kind of solo is a bit weird, but...
Mushi going a bit old school. He opts for the Blink for the Desolator. Often we see the Desolator to kind of accelerate the farm into the Blink, accelerate a Roche, but goes for the more kind of aggressive build, so I guess they're going to pressure this Naga Siren. Black top lane, a little bit of an upheaval. Growing upheaval there, but... Potato unable to...
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I think Antimage is getting scary. He's getting a very good farm, and when he hits the Battle Fury, he's gonna start like rising in levels and farm very quickly compared to Tiny, who has to get these kills to be even remotely close to keeping up than Antimage at that point. So it's kind of scary that Antimage is doing this great for Faceless, and they're rotating in a lot of people right now. But Raging Potato does have that feeling of something might be weird, and they scan actually on Ice's Ice. That's pretty good. A good play.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They got the bottom tower, now they're getting
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
That's very good as well. 2 towers so far, and they're getting a lot of map control. The Midas is up on Omni-Knight. Oh, Antimage.
Revealed the Blink on Mushi, was unable to net a kill. X does find a kill on Raging Potato.
Kind of wandering around.
Able to
after
get him with
dodging.
the...
Dire's
Death
bottom
ward.
tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, oh, did he must have used the tome for that level 6, I feel like. Yeah, probably. But that's pretty good timing then. Using the tome and getting a kill. I think he used it at least. I don't think Coddle used it.
Ninja Boogie, token some solo XP top lane, just eclipses that all-important level 6 milestone. While mid lane, Sentry, they look to find the Nyx, unable to go though. Looks like it's going to be Midas for the Nyx Assassin.
Oh, they know Ice's Ice is here.
They find the silence first. Meld Strike is
Oh,
there.
Adam.
Get the stun off. Cask is there for the moment. Should be one more right click, but he's out of the range of any
Dire's
detection.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Adam does not seem comfortable on this hero. This the second game he's doing some pretty basic mistakes.
Top tower is
And he's dead. Mushi, oh damn, that damage.
Radiant's bottom
Anti-Mage inbound as well. Has the blink forward. Finds it onto Nuts. Nuts has no mana. Would have been a big
No
mana void
shrine.
if he pops it.
There we go. Oh, sleep. The shrine is up in
There.
15. Ah, they need to get out.
Radiant's bottom tower
Out
is under
from
attack.
Naga Siren and unable to press forward as Raging Potato will just retreat back and farm. Had he gotten off the mana void on Nuts, could have potentially gotten him one if not two kills with the timing as low as it was. But a nice sleep save coming out from the Naga Siren. Was only level 1 though, so near that 3-minute cooldown.
That's pretty painful. I think you can time a Roche here with the Naga sleep down. Mushi is about 700 away from Deso. He will get it about the same time Radiance is up, but without a sleep. I think he'll get it before the Radiance is up, but without a sleep, they can't really contest Roche, and that could be a big timing for Mineski.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tower picked up top lane for Neski, no one to pick up the last hit, but 6 kills, 15 minutes across both teams, as you would expect from a Naga Siren anti-mage game. KYXY gonna look to just defend up bottom lane by his lonesome. Just his presence will stymie any further aggression towards the tower. Top lane, 4-3, standing behind his core and Raging Potato. find a kill, but perhaps on Ice. It's 100 power. They'll throw down the sentry, roll forward. They don't get the silence off in time, though. Be able to Carapace and Vendetta himself.
Adam is probably feeling very uncomfortable playing now. Like, I think he's like probably comfortable on the hero normally, but now he's like doing this basic mistake, and it makes him play even worse. Because these are some earlier, the previous game we played, I think he did some mistakes, but this game it's getting worse. So I'm pretty worried that it's gonna be. He kind of needs to shape up for this game to be possible for Mineski.
As you mentioned, they're gonna take advantage of the fact that the Song of the Siren is gonna be still down for the next minute. Mushi gonna run into the pit. 4-3, just hanging around nearby, got himself up some experience potentially as well. It's level 7, which is, you know, on par with the reports in the game. I feel like certainly it's had the biggest impact thus far. Though they do scout this out with the Naga Siren illusion, but now that KYXY is nearby, should be a relatively easy Rosh, and they may even be able to defend up top lane or bottom lane today, but they do TP out the Warlock towards. Looks like they'll concede the tier 1 in exchange for Rosh.
Yeah, these are the timings you want to hit with TA. You get Blink Test or you get Roche right before the Radiance. Gonna make it a lot easier. Faceless getting the tower bottom is pretty damn good. At least getting something out of it. How many Midas is running? It's only 2 so far, right?
Yeah, 1 on each team. Jabs does have a very good timing on the Radiance though. Naga Siren.
Yeah, 16 minutes
already accelerating hit. Could be a little bit scary. He does have that Aegis and the Desolator completed up now though, so look for them at the very least to look for these tier 1 or 2 of these
Adam,
tier 2s.
Goodbye.
Find him with the Nyx Assassin, but the turnaround could be real. They get the fatal bonds off.
He got the stun
Illuminate
off
comes through. And Mushi with all his damage, easy double kill, going his way deep behind enemy lines. Certainly got to create space with your Naga Siren, but Mana Void finds the 3rd kill. They have a ward there? How did they?
Yeah, they have.
Oh, yeah, they did.
It's down there. I'm gonna assume that was Adam's ward. So you know, he placed that ward. They got a 3rd kill. He also got the stun off right before he was. Like there was attack animations in the air more or less, and got the stun off after the golem, and that. I don't think they would have gotten both if he didn't manage that. So that's very good. Already redeeming himself after criticizing him just a few seconds ago. So game looking pretty good for Mineski. They're doing incredibly well. Omni Knight is almost the same farm as Naga, which is very nice.
Jabs forced to pop the song. Not nearly as big a commitment at the point in the game since it's level 2.
Had an arcane rune as well.
Yeah, it does pick up.
Almost a level 3.
Picks up the arcane rune is going to help accelerate the farm as well as painful. But either way, Mushi still balling at this point.
Almost like Anti-Mage has a Birthfear and nice, and then like a watch, and he has a Yasha as well. He's doing incredibly good. This could be
keeping
his
up in farm with the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
After picking.
This is looking very good for Mineski. However, I feel like it kind of looked good last game, and it kind of just ended, kind of weirdly. But it's better than last game for sure, and I still want more Midases. Where are the Midases? Why is it only 2 Midases? There should be 3 Midases. This Earth Spirit should have a Midas soon.
Yeah, he's died a couple of times. It looks like he's gonna back off for the Blink Dagger at this point. He did have it queued up in the quick buy at one point. Gonna look to fight earlier. Mineski feeling like they have an advantage, which certainly they do. Trying to press it here. 7,500 gold, 10,000 experience.
Black is queuing up for Veil. It makes sense to an extent. I mean, the hero is magic base damage for a long time, so it's not insane. And I think his talent tree is very nice for intelligence with Nyx.
Oh, they get the
I don't think he has mana for Blink.
No, he doesn't. He has to tread swap, and he still didn't have enough.
And the dust is ending.
Assassin makes it.
that's
Kinda.
pretty clutch.
Low TP there, perhaps. Find that.
Oh,
Back
yeah,
on
with
Mushi.
an invis
He's being
on Mushi.
Radiance burned.
Oh, he can blink out in 1 second. He can still blink out. No, he can't. Maybe he kind of wants
Does
to die, I
dodge the
think.
impale,
Oh,
but gets
that-
tossed up. There, and now jabs. After the
Spirit?
rock is dropped, he'll just stop this.
Naga gotta be careful because Earth Spirit can stun from outside the sleep range. And Adam wasn't there in time, unfortunately this time, but you can't rely on that. So doing plays like that is super risky. You might straight up lose a game almost because of trying to do plays like that.
Dire's middle tower
Roll
is
forward.
under attack.
Let's get the kickoff. Mushi just 2 right clicks.
Good plays.
You do get the stun off onto
I think-
Mushi. There's no more Aegis at this
Black
point.
has no stun.
And Black will toss him up and finish him off. Definitely the more worthy kill for Faceless's side. Still, though, they're pressuring this tower. Adam rolling up to the high ground and does not get hit by the avalanche. Does he have to toss in time? He does. Cancels the TP. 4-3 with a kick away. Black has a blink in 4. Trying to go for the neutral deny, and he will get it.
Oh, like there's no way, and then the Ice shows up, so the blast
Tower is
happens.
under attack.
Hadouken able to finish him off, so Black not able to find the kill, but they do get an exchange of Mushi for their XY Coddle, so fairly
Yeah, it was looking very good,
Happy
and
with
then
it.
like this Warlock Golem used on nothing, trying to
Radiant's middle tower is
bait
under
Mushi,
attack.
but not coordinated correctly, and then they end up diving too far. I think the play looked good, but then backfired hard, and now you're suddenly this Tiny is very farmed. There's 3k gold on him, and is closing in on the course of
Radiant's
Mineski.
middle tower is under attack.
still thinking about perhaps going for this veil with that nice influx of gold.
Radiant's middle tower has
Looks
fallen.
another direction, perhaps.
Oh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another
Assassin?
time where he doesn't silence before,
Radiant's
and
structures
Ice
are
just TPs
fortified.
out.
Playing against the Nyx, perhaps a little bit spirit, rather than going for the toss rip, but this Ice will be able to make it out. Well, Black farming does end up completing up the veil. We'll ship
Pretty
that out.
interesting. So I wonder what he's gonna. So I'm assuming he's not gonna go into right click at all. Then, if you're probably sticking to medic damage. So you're gonna go like Shivas
Blade.
maybe, and maybe E-Blade Dagon later on, stuff like that. Is what I'm assuming, because it seems a bit odd to go into Link Veil and then right click.
Jump for 2-man impale. Black's gonna be
That's
there
a
as well.
good
Gets the
follow-up.
veil off. Mushi is dead. Rock comes out, but it's a bit late. They get the net off, but the Manta's already there for the anti-mage. He's so farmed. Death Ward will finish off Ninja Boogie. They do catch 2 more on the back lines. It's anti-mage. Black has his full combo available here. Will he get it off in time? He does. And anti-mage is gonna drop. Ice finds out KYXY. And again, Mineski with a good foothold in the game. And somehow, dragging it back is Faceless. And they take a massively decisive team fight win in the mid.
Yeah, they don't seem on the same page compared to like Mineski. They had a lot of plays where they seem really coordinated, and then they do this as well, like where they're like completely seems very confused what each other are doing. And the second game in a row where I feel like they have the potential. They are so close to almost destroying Faceless. Like they're winning in every kind of way, and then as this happens and they get wiped.
They were near a 10k net worth lead and over a 10k experience lead at one point, but they're dragged back now almost towards parity. 343 will deny up last tier 1 top lane. So still during that time of the Aegis where they dive high ground and kill
E-Blade.
Mushi.
Tiny.
Yeah, it is going to be
E-Blade
E-Blade.
next, yeah.
It's really good against AMTA for sure. That's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean, yeah, I think it's very interesting, and I think it's fine. I feel like this kind of stuff is pretty good generally. Like you have one core who's like Naga, who's like that does Naga stuff, and then your other core is like doing a bit of random stuff that counters. Adam, very underfarmed, can't really initiate without a blink either on people, so like Tiny is very... You can't really initiate on Tiny.
Yeah.
Need to blink for that. And well though still, so that's like... That's basically what they're relying on. Shield farming decently as well, and they have a Midas running on Omni Knight who is doing incredibly well as well.
Radiant's
Yeah, the
bottom
distribution
tower
of farm
is
for the Radiant. Very nice, but I mean... Ice, Ice, Ice. Black's recovered well. Ice, Ice, Ice doing well. XY. Almost at his full ags here. Only 100 gold away, so...
Oh, Nuts also going.
Sorry, XY, I should say.
They're gonna get 2 eggs on their supports relatively soon. Pretty damn good. Seems like a very good axe game for Nuts as well. The Guardian Angel.
Told you, everyone just build eggs, man. How you
But 2
end up.
eggs. It's only 2 eggs so far. I mean, Tiny's not going an axe, so... He's going out of the
E-Blade.
raid now, actually. Yeah. I think it's better. I think I like this more, actually, than the E-Blade. I think you can go into an E-Blade later. You don't need it early.
Ice. Stalking. Has a sentry down in mid lane, so feeling fairly comfortable.
Rosh up in about a minute, I think, if I can read that correctly. That's basically what SK needs. They're not able to win fights without it.
And it feels like Faceless are well aware of that. Their TA, their reliance on getting that Rosh, and they're gonna hover around the pit right at this exact moment.
Got the Basher going BKB next. He's very strong. Mushi and Anti-Mage are super strong up now. I feel like the Golem needs to be on point though. It's been 1 good Golem and 2 mediocre ones, I think.
Radiant's
1
top
mediocre one and 1 bad one, rather, maybe.
And they're just having a little difficulty dealing with the lanes. Even with a Naga Siren.
Black
Got
split
the-
pushing.
TA and Raging Potato on the with the Battle Fury on the Anti-Mage.
Radiant's top is under attack.
Black top lane, pushing down this tier 2. Mushi gonna try and take him out alone. He'll just go Scepter and TP away though. Now no Mushi in the mid lane. Do they look to initiate? Ice 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 blinking forward. Can't really find anyone.
I think
TP
Warlock
out.
is gonna get sacked here.
Trees, KYXY able to make it out. Cask flies across the map to
Oh,
find
he's
him.
committing it.
Cask does find KYXY
Oh,
across
good
the
follow-up,
map on
Adam.
the Omni Knight. Big magnetized. Jabs is going to be forced to pop to sleep. They want to re-engage here. They don't have their Tiny just yet. Backing out. The mechanism from KYXY going to keep Ninja Boogie
Oh.
alive.
Raging Potato. Damn. Where did Coddle die? Coddle died to the... What's it called? Fatal Bonds?
Maledict, I think,
Was it?
it was the Warlock, I think that.
Yeah, then it's Fatal Bonds.
Yep.
Not sure why they're not rushing though.
Sure how he could die to Maledict when.
Yeah, I didn't know it was gonna be nice and not point it out.
So this will give them the opening to go into Roche. So
Yeah.
very headsy decision there from Ninja Boogie. I mean, you know, we both
Yeah,
just kind of
that was
considered him written off, but
I'm like, I'm not dying here. I'm committing my golem. I'm not giving up. It worked out. It's the second Roche down, and Anti-Mage is getting very close to BKB. Mushi went MKB, which is pretty unusual nowadays. I think you generally just go Bloodborne, but Naga has Radiance and might go into stuff later, so kind of fine.
yeah, it felt like that kind of small power peak we saw out of Black a moment ago has faded pretty quickly. Still though, I mean, Jabs is farming at a fairly alarming rate, but as you mentioned, it's almost as if Mineski have two heroes doing that in both Mushi and Raging Potato, and
Yeah.
Raging Potato has the kills to match as well. Even KYXY, you know, Pipe, Mech, that Midas certainly paying
Oh,
off
they're setting up
him.
behind Mushi, but
Mushi has
KYXY
no
is behind.
no refraction up. Oh, but he did pop it before the Tiny combo, and that's enough to keep him alive for now. Spike
They're
Carapace
getting
will keep
out.
Mushi at bay. Just unfortunate timing there for Black to initiate. Had he gone in just a fraction of a second earlier, they maybe get that kill on Mushi. KYXY was nearby, however.
Oh, this Naga is in trouble actually. Does Earthspeed has a blink? Do they know it's real? They might not be sure. Oh, that's done!
XY. The sleep from Jabs. He pops it, trying to save them, but then just decides to back, as he probably wouldn't have even made there in time. Another couple of kills. I'm going the way of Raging Potato again. 5-2-0 on this Anti-Mage, nearing 300 CS, and he has topped the Naga Siren in the way of farm now. I think very good for Mineski in this this second game, looking to push it to a third.
Adam is stepping time. Damn, he is playing really good right now. That stun was like, I did not think you could two-man stun there, but he got it like right on the edge on both. So
yeah, and mid lane as well, when they turn for the rock, he comes in, hits a multi-boulder smash into the magnetize, kind of winning the last couple of fights for them. Call that bottom lane skirmish a team fight, but they still have the Aegis now. They'll get the tier 2 mid lane. Tier 2 bottom lane very healthy still. And Jabs, you know, doing what a Naga Siren does, is able to delay the push for now. But still, I mean, Mineski are in no rush, really. They have Mushi and Raging Potato farming both very well.
Yeah. Going into this now, Anti-Mage versus Naga. If Anti-Mage finds the real Naga and like just sticks on it for like 2.5 seconds, Naga is probably gonna die. So like this is, Jabs is very worried about that fact, and I feel like Mineski probably wants to be a bit more proactive and get a bit more stuff. The diff blade on TA is actually huge because of Tiny going to free blade, so you can remove that and you can makes the item almost useless. Not useless, but your same mechanic is gone because of this item decision, which I think is great.
Not a bad item on the TA either. General helps out the anti-mage in some ways, burning a little bit of. Assassin looking for Shiva's. E-Blade, it was completed up by Black instead of stopping off for that Octarine War. Nuts though, you know, it felt like 20 minutes in he was only 2 components away from Mags, and now 30 minutes in he's only 2 components away from Mags. XY, bottom lane, could be in a little trouble. Gets the mana leak off and the blinding light.
Going down the mid.
Ushi will find himself a solo kill on the TA. This will mean the tier 2. Oh, okay. So Adam.
Yeah, Adam is stepping up big time. Oh, it's incredible actually what the difference is. Black is split pushing very well though. He's going into Dagon now. He's like everywhere. He's like, yeah. Maybe we'll change that later. But his talents are quite good for this stuff. He can go mana regen next level, and you can perma spam then. That's a 14 mana regen is a lot. And then the 20% cooldown reduction with a. I'm assuming you go with that, even though avalanche damage is nice as well. It doesn't seem as valuable.
Yeah.
I think, at least. Nice stuff. Not sure like if there's any big talents though. Like looking at Omni Knight, he has the Midas, he went to XP talent at level 10, but it's not like insane talents he has. Like nothing ridiculous like Ember Spirit talents. They are nice, but not nice.
Ice. Doing a little scouting. Looks like they pinged him out, but no detection nearby. Scan used, as far as I can tell. Had some idea of his whereabouts. They do pick up a gem on KYXY as well. And, you know, they've shown the ability to push these lanes out, you know, at least 2 at a time, one with the anti-mage. They've got the Coddle for recall as well, so they should be able to establish, you know, some semblance of map control, even against this knock.
Bottom? Ice is trying to space grade, yeah. Well, he didn't blink far though.
Now the silence is there from Adam, and again, free kill for Mushi off the back of 343's plays. And he's going a Hex on Mushi here. Now Abyssal Blade and Hex to potentially deal with this Naga Siren. It'd be very hard for her to kind of outskirt the fights typically as Naga Sirens do. And now they'll just run through this tier 2 bottom lane with E.
Mushi, you got a Hex pretty soon actually.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. Yeah. I think TA Hex is fine, but you don't see it that often. Rare. Black is split pushing pretty well though. I actually think that Mineski will lose this when the steep comes out and stuff. Black is actually getting out.
Net is going to find Mushi. He'll meld for the time being, though. Just outside of tower range. Sentry is going to be dropped. They'll throw out a cask.
Pretty lucky. If he was in tower range there, that could have been horrible, I think. So, a bit fortunate for him. But they didn't trade as well. The top tower is very close to dying. Well, they didn't get a... They didn't do any damage on the tier 3, more or less.
Yes, unfortunately, at this point in the game, Black might better off with the right-click base build, but still gets enough work done on the tier 3 to stifle the attempt top lane of Mushi and co. Still, as you mentioned, Mushi very close to this Hex, so about 1,000 gold away if he forgoes buyback for that, and that could be a huge ramp up in power for them with the Blink Hex initiation as well as the Blink Abyssal. Raging Potato picks up the BKB as well, so just kind of getting rid of the Radiance burn, not worrying about the Tiny combo is really nice for him. Can just kind of stand on the front lines and right click alongside his TA. I
think it's an unnecessary item here, even though you kind of want to get it later if you can, but you're gonna have to get it eventually most of the time. Adam got a gem. He picked up XY's gem. Ninja Boogie got the Glimmer from earlier. Not gonna go into some sick late game where you see like Ags, Refresher, Warlocks. That's probably not happening, even though this game could go for an hour more and he's probably not gonna have that.
AYXY, only 1,000 gold to his name. Feels like he's had these items for quite a while now. But he did complete up the Greaves, just had Pipe Mech.
Yeah, I think he bought the gem himself, right? Yeah, so that's like, that and Greaves is like a lot of gold. You're not really gaining items for a long duration when you do stuff like that. Faceless is trading well though, like they're getting the towers. They're like right now they're doing better map movement and they are closer to getting a tier 3 than the Mineski are, which is not that good. You against like Naga lineups, giving away a tier 3 means Shrine's gone for free because he just sends solutions here and there, slowly takes them down. That's not really what we want to have happen.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, considering the state of the game,
or they're setting
the
up
building
for
trade should not be even.
They know it's not. They know what the real one is here. Oh, they're trying to dodge the
Radiance burn.
Oh,
Jump forward. He is gonna catch Chaotic Offering as well as the Geomatic Magnetic Grip. He can't get off the sleep as the Hex reveal from Mushi is there. Jabs down 66 seconds. Well executed gank by the Mineski squad, and Black immediately looking towards mid lane. Try and split push out, but top lane vulnerable.
I think he has to buy back. I think they're gonna force it. He has a lot of gold, so he doesn't want to, but I'm confident he has to. Are they gonna take a fight at the same time, or are they just gonna force them back?
Recall in. Black.
I don't think they're chasing. No.
Back top lane, but yeah. Like without Chaotic Offering, Jaboogie will TP himself back out towards mid lane, and as will the rest of Mineski. Distract themselves from any further danger, farm up the enemy jungle in the meantime. These two flash farming cores in the TA and anti more than happy with really hurting the Naga Siren economically there.
Warlock went Shadow Word cooldown over cost range. I feel like this is not how you do it. Don't you go cost range? That seems much better. I've never thought about it, but I feel like this is wrong when I just look at it. But I'm not confident either. We didn't go Mana Void cooldown? What is this Antimage doing? 20. Okay, it's 20 second cooldown. Never mind that. It's if it's 10 second, it's great. If it's 20, it's like useless.
Into the Roche pit they go. Mushi melds up the Roche, and this will melt real quickly. Whether or not it's scouted, they do have a sleep ready though. Jabs.
This is scary.
Jump forward. They will be able to get the Aegis onto Mushi, and now Ice in trouble. Jabs.
Oh,
he's going to pop the sleep, but they got the BKB off on Raging Potato. He's got the Abyssal Blade as well. Mana Void is there. That's a dieback for the Naga Siren. Ice in trouble as well. Roll forward from Adam. He blinks up. One last swipe with his staff. Double kill going the way of Raging Potato. Aegis into the hands of Mushi. And Naga Siren down, guaranteed for 60 seconds. None of the waves in a particularly advantageous position for
the minimum drawings are coming out. It's time to end the game. Naga no buyback. I think they want to win right now. They didn't lose Aegis, right? I need to check. Yeah, Mushi has it. There was a Sheath though. Yeah, Anti-Mage has it. Oh my god, they didn't do anything.
Blink Hex. Carapace did get off there, but with the repel up, Mushi no cares about blinding light, and they'll finish off the Nyx Assassin. It's a dieback for him, so 25 seconds, 2 heroes off the board. Easy, at least 1 lane of Rax here,
I'll probably get 2.
if not 2. Yeah.
Wonder if they'll force a third as well, trying to fight the Naga while Nyx is dead. Probably not the best decision, but they're riding the wave right now. They're dominating. Adam is playing amazing. Everyone is doing great. Warlock is hitting, doesn't even have to use golems actually.
Yeah, it's still Aegis in hand for Mushi. 7 Diffusal Blade charges. Hex is in the backpack currently, but there takes off the E-Blade and gets to work. Repel takes off the E-Blade. He'll slow down the Tiny with the Diffusal. Mana Void nets another kill, and GG is called by Faceless Mineski. After looking like in game 1 they had a sizable advantage in throwing that away. In game 2, kind of the same story happening, where that little window where Tiny picks up Veil and they kill off Mushi twice. But Raging Potato, he was just, you know, the extra kind of ace in the hole for Mineski, and him and Mushi just get to a point that Jabs can no longer contend with them. Black had a pretty horrible start. It felt like the early game was largely even, aside from the Tiny's farm being lacking, and that turned out to bite them. Their rear going in towards that.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Admiral Concar.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Luna.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Brood mother.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Alchemist.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Of the TPs. Oh, the Radiant side this time around. Adam has seemed to, bo3 seemed to gain comfort on the Spirit as time has gone on today. Well, in that last game, underwhelming performances in the first couple. XY dropped the equal and opposite ward counterpart. Have a fair amount of vision. Get ganked. Looks like a poor man's shield. Ice Broodmother. Offlane start here. Gonna be difficult for this Luna, John, but they do have the potential for a roll and kill as dust in the hands of 343's Earth Spirit here.
Yeah.
Ice is gonna need to survive at least.
Yeah, the thing about Brood is like it looks like it's like a disgusting hero to play against, but then it might just end up being 0-6 at 10 minutes, you know, and then like, oh, well, we can't do anything in this game. Luna is super fast. Stuff like that can happen. That's like the danger of Broodmother. So it definitely, like, the early laning phase is so important for Ice.
This is this.
Fine.
The battle
It's okay. Not bad.
Dude, I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10. Much better than Raging.
I like Broods more. That's a better set. Actually, all Brood sets are. Oh.
You see? Have you seen? There's a crab one in the workshop currently.
I don't think I've seen it.
Crab. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Brood probably has a lot of like potential interesting sets.
Roll in, roll away.
I was like, well, where did he go?
Should be relatively even matchup in the mid lane. Magnus versus Alk if there's tension from the supports. KYXY gonna be wrapped on by XY. His derivative top lane. Little trading. Nick's not the easiest hero to trade with, but Kunkka strength base is also.
Yeah, Warlock is pretty good at zoning heroes like this, where you're like, you just put Shadow Ward and it's decent harass. With Kunkka here, Nyx is gonna probably struggle a lot. But it's mainly down to the other lanes. Yeah.
Bottom lane looking to clean up spiderlings, but you know, in some respects, it just serves to push the lane, which Ice has quite a bit of experience. He's already got, you know, range creeps. There's tower here, so he'll be able to pick up quite a bit in the way of levels here early on.
But I think it's not that bad for Mineski. Like, they are, it looks weird, they're like pushing in a wave into Brood, but it basically means that they're giving Brood the lane, but they are gonna get a lot of farm out of it. However, they kind of messed up the pull here, so that's gonna be a bit sad. I might backfire pretty hard actually. Luckily the creeps, they're not in tower range. If it'd been in tower range, it would have been really bad.
ISSI's trying to block the camp as well. Spiderlings. Cheeky play from his part.
Yeah.
Here's the new new acid spray radius. How small it looks.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's very small. It looked like a lot smaller, like a third maybe. It kind of feels like.
Good dumpster this hero, Ice Frog.
Clear sailing now.
Getting pretty low. No regen.
Kanka's getting in. Not only level 1
Does
though.
have-
Oh,
does have
that
a-
torrent.
Oh, the torrent connects. They'll have a shockwave in 1 second. One more right click, it'll do it. First blood. And even an arcane rune for extra value for XY. And that was just before he buys bottle, actually. He had 660 gold there, but unable to get the full bottle up. So back to lane without regen, without
Big
bottle.
stop lane.
KYXY, yeah, in trouble. And black
Oh, I think he's gonna survive one more hit, yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
to run him down.
Where's Adam? Oh, that's pretty unfortunate. If he had been somewhere close, could have turned into a counter kill. But Nick struggles very heavily against anti-mage. You don't really have any way to deal with him just right-clicking you. This lane is something AM 1 versus 1 versus Nyx will win this lane very hard. So pretty nice laning for Faceless in that regard. And Brood is doing fine, but Nyx is struggling a lot.
10 CS for Ice. At some point will become a nuisance, but Luna's not really, despite having, you know, an ultimate like similar to Call Down in nature, is not the type of hero to just gain necessarily as soon as get 6. Typically we see heroes come to her lane and them look to take down the off lane tower. Gets up in levels.
Big rotations to Brood lane can be very hard to deal with here. Like you can dive towers however you want because he has spiderlings tanking the tower and scouting everything around the towers. But that's a bit later in, maybe level 5 if he has an early soul ring, you can do that. Battle for the runes, and I'm gonna lose that. I wonder how much farm this call is gonna get though, and how much impact that's gonna have, because he's at 14 CS, so he has higher CS than Brood right now. And this could turn into Keeper being super farmed and just being able to push out any lane that Brood is on, and then the rest of the team farming freely.
It's a great solution without much commitment to the Brood Mother split push, is that you just throw the coddle there.
Yeah.
Definitely, even just blinding light alone.
Oh, this is a good rotation by Kanka. He has webs as well.
Oh, Torrent is gonna whiff, unfortunately, but they do have the X back, so it'll be a dead Ninja Boogie. Roll forward now from 3-4-3, gets the dust off.
It's icy tanky.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, pretty tanky at this point.
Oh, mid as well.
Jabs,
I guess
meanwhile.
both went down.
Experience going the way of the mag, though.
Yeah, but generally, I don't think it matters that much a lot of times. The one that got the kill first will like lose gold
Oh,
a
the
lot
body
of the time.
blocks from Nuts top lane.
You're gonna
YXY
be
in
forward.
trouble.
Yeah.
Back one more.
This lane
Right
is
click
rough.
into the creep with the fatal bonds. Nuts in trouble now, but no Orb of Venom actually on Adam, so to walk himself away.
Yeah, because he had to buy dust against Brood. You can't afford Orb of Venom. That's one of the pains of playing against heroes like Ricky, Bounty, Treant, and Brood. Wonder how he's gonna skill on Mushi. If he's gonna go a lot in Moonglaive, it seems like he's just gonna have 1 point in Luna Blessing and then going to
Is under attack.
Glaive later on.
KYXY back to lane. 0-2. Not the
Yeah,
greatest start for him.
I'm not sure what his game plan should be now. He can't really going to this lane is only because he has no other option.
Right.
And I honestly think he should probably smoke with Earth Spirit to gank the Brood. That's probably the best play. I don't really think he should be in the lane anymore. He is most likely just gonna feed. I think he's probably gonna die here.
Tries to walk over to the east. Black gonna jump forward. Oh, and they do have XY as well. They will torrent him up. Doesn't get the carapace off. And XY gonna die once again. The 3rd time in this one. While Spiderlings bottom lane. Doing some work.
Oh, is he dead?
The Ninja Boogie. The webs will run out though. Oh, just
he had
barely
another
short.
one.
One more web.
Eyes. What a player.
A hero that time he was well known.
Radiant's bottom tower is
3-4-3.
under attack.
Struggling to find his niche in the early game here. Not a part of a single kill yet. 7 kills on the faceless side here. 7 minutes in. And already ice. He's be able to pressure this tower. Drops down all these trees. See in any rotations. Luna rotate out towards top lane. Under the cover of smoke. No eclipse, but we'll soak it up in just a moment. Let's pick it up now. Still very difficult kill here, top lane. Black.
Yeah. It's such a hard kill. I don't really
They
think
do have
this
grip.
is-
They do have grip.
They
now,
have
level 3.
Eclipse actually as well. So they have a lot of damage. I didn't think she was 6 yet actually.
2.5 second silence. Maybe you get the impale on top. Impale starts it off. Black or KYXY maybe starting to bait in, trying to bait in black. Mushi gonna drop the eclipse. Nice silence by 3-4-3. They will get the kill. Meanwhile, though, they find Ninja Boogie bottom lane, and they get the tier 1.
Oh. Nyx missed the stun after Lucent Beam on Nuts, so they didn't get the follow-up kill. Was unfortunate.
8-2. Trade kills across the map. Certainly the more important kill going Mineski's way, but that's off the back of a forced rotation out of lane by this Luna, essentially. As Ice takes out the tier 1 bottom lane, and now we'll go work on the tier 2. Gonna leave his spiderlings. The Coddle comes to blast. Damage into the Coddle.
Yeah, I wonder how he's gonna transition from this. This is like this is what you want to have as a bird. This is like more or less the ideal start. But Mineski's draft can like recover from this. And Adam got X back.
Viewer is available. Not needed though. Illuminate will catch onto 2 XY. KYXY I should say. Finding jabs. He's gonna look to skewer up the hill. Nicely placed such that he doesn't bring any of the enemies with him.
That was close. He almost went down actually.
XY may not be so lucky. Do have a sentry nearby here. I said. Radiant lineup will back off, and it just looks like movement across the map is favoring Faceless. Kind of dragging around the Radiant side, and they're not finding much. Luna not farming all that well. 29 CS here, approaching the 10-minute mark. With the anti-mage kill, you take a look at the net worth, and she is 5th overall.
Yeah, very hard game. This is you're relying only on Alk at this point. Your Luna is gonna try and get the bare minimum, and then probably just be gifted an Axe and Moonshot eventually, and she'll become relevant that way. But until that point, you can't really. You have to focus on helping Alk. You can't really put resources into giving Luna priorities or anything. It's all on Alk right now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Black going Belfury, not the fastest so far, but it's gonna be probably a decently good timing. Got a lot of kills, right? But a bit. I think I feel like he's a bit underfarmed, but it probably just feels that way.
Yeah, he spent a good amount of time diving KYXY under tower, so probably missed out on a couple of waves. But I mean, KYXY is level 4, so it feels like well worth the time spent away from hitting creeps.
And normally at this point you could like, okay, we're gonna put our next safe lane to get some free levels and experience, but that doesn't work against the Brood. Brood is gonna dive the tower and kill you.
Top lane, Nuts. We'll get caught with the Spike Carapace, and
haste
Nuts will
Jabs.
finish him off. Now Jabs comes through. He has an RP. We'll drop it onto the Luna. Luna no longer any mana. Black has a mana void if need be. We'll end up expending it.
Oh, bottom lane. Alchemist.
More important
Oh, he
kill.
has Armor Toggle. It looked like he was gonna go down, but Armor Toggle saves him.
Try back to lane, trying to desperately pick up the level 5 mark here. Jabs nearby. Does get caught with the Illuminate, so will be scouted. Drop the Empower on his AM.
Top tower has fallen.
Tower drops.
Wonder
Well,
if,
XY finding some time mid lane does pick up his boat.
yeah, they're doing pretty good on Faceless. Everyone's getting their levels relatively good. Midas going on Brood. Wonder if Anti-Mage should skip the Belfiore because they have a Magnus, but it's probably not worth it. I'm not an Anti-Mage expert, but I feel like they could hit at insane timing if he like went different items, but it's probably easier this way as well.
Raging Potato bot lane. Still fairly tanky with the armlet. By stalking though nearby alongside Ice Ice Ice, and if they connect with the boat and spawn spiderlings, that's 800 magic damage or resistance. But they'll think better of it for the time being. No one really showing on the map for the Radiant side. Jabs. Ward. Drop down a ward. Has RP 30 seconds. As they're going to drop the boat mid lane. Will connect. Torrent is there as well. Black coming through. Illuminate hits on a couple. Nice two-man stun, but the skewer is there from Jabs.
Beautiful.
Nicely executed kill, and this will translate into a tier 1 siege as well. Cliff going to be popped, only going to delay the inevitable though, it seems. And TP in towards the bottom lane once again from Raging Potato. Ice 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 trying to put in some punishment into the bottom tower, but for now we'll just kind of zone out this Alk, and anytime he spent not far. Ice.
Classic. Pretty scary for Alchemist man fighting there, because he like sprayed and he wanted to run into the spray, but he wasn't sure if he was gonna win the man fight. He's like, I have to run. But very close to the relic at least. Gonna have a decently timed Radiance. And top lane, a nice.
You get the Warlock.
Yeah, Vendetta. A late Vendetta, but at least it's a kill. That's very nice for him. Kinda, he really needed that one to be able to pick up a kill with that. And Mushi got it, but just being persistent, it's fine.
Raging Potato gets RP'd up. 3 seconds until Chemical Rage. Is that going to buy him enough time? Bolt is going to connect. Finishes off the Alchemist. Earth Spirit in trouble as well. Ice Ice still standing tall. And will get out of range of the tower. Magnetized though. He's near his teammates. Needs to outrun them, and he does. 30-something HP. Oh, ends up going down to a neutral.
Wow. Oh, what?
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, that was probably is there a sentry? I'm not sure.
He must have right-clicked it.
Yeah, I am not sure what happened. And then the Kanka, the ghost ships buffs, they were ROM. Right. I don't know what they ROM something.
Yeah, so he probably went down to 1 HP and then.
Yeah, so like everyone tanked so much because of it, and then I actually thought that was an insane bait by Raging Potato, and that was like gonna be 2 core kills, and then I would call it unlucky. I felt like that was a good play by them, but they were unlucky, and everyone got not, except Isa, who wanted to die at the end. But
yeah, boat very good versus all the damage Ties could be doing. But
going Solar Crest Medallion at least on Broodmother, probably gonna go into a Solar Crest, which is when you don't know what to buy. If you buy Solar Crest, that's the Dota law right now.
The rule of thumb.
Yeah. If you're not sure, just
everyone
get Solar Crest.
Look how much attention I said garnering right bottom lane, and partly it's because these heroes need to be grouped up together.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the sentry does not spot each other. Ice could be thinking he's safe in this area, but there's actually a sentry right next to, a bit further into the jungle. Dewarding a lot though. I'm not sure if he bought those themselves. I wish I would have checked that before. But that's like interesting to see how Brutes, do they buy their own sentries and deward, or do they rely on the support to do it?
Nuts, Chaotic Offering in hand, boat ready, RP ready as well. Just this triumvirate of heroes alone, very scary in the way it fights. They are going to see the Illuminate in just a second. Ninja Boogie has a TP. Pop it immediately. Both sides playing a little bit scared at the moment. Meanwhile, Black aiming to hit creeps. Raging Potato doing much in this same, but even the fact that he's at parity in terms of farm with this Alchemist is very concerning.
Radiance coming out at least. This is where I think that, like, I'm not sure how Brood works, you know, late game. Like, is this hero strong? Is this hero just gonna die randomly in team fights? So, like, this game is like uncallable, I think, unless you know Brood. But I play Brood more than most people, and I don't know how this hero will work in late game in this game. I have no clue if it's gonna have high impact or no impact.
I mean, so you got the insatiable hunger buffs, right? You have an empower. So I guess if you itemize properly for it, definitely a force into work.
Yeah, you can buy some insane items. Like if you usually, I'm pretty sure in late game Brood could maybe win a man fight versus Alchemist. I'm not sure, but I think she might be able to. And the max webs, the talent at 25 as well is insane. So you have like you can cover like all of the map where you want to be. Like if you're planning to fight, you can have it there. Oh, Alchemist could not get the armlet toggle off. Are they fighting?
They're trying to get through 3-man silence, but already RP is gonna find the Earth Spirit. Eclipse though.
Backfiring.
Rock is gonna be dropped. Jabs is gonna be able to skewer away from the Eclipse, and they soak it up as a team. Double kill for Black.
Oh,
now he's gonna look to find the Luna as well, and they're just gonna X her back into the Torrent. XY on a killing spree. KYXY, he doesn't do much of anything when in the game with the start he's had. And it did look like a bit risky there for a moment with just a solo RP for the Earth Spirit and then the Luna coming in with the Eclipse. But the rest of the team able to join hastily and soak up the Eclipse alongside her. Black with the Vlads, helping everyone to sustain a little bit. And a nice chaotic offering this counter initiation.
Yeah, Magnus RP, they wanted to skewer him back, but XY had X'd him right before that. So if he skewered, he would have gone back to there. So Magnus couldn't skewer the call back. And then like, oh, I don't know what to do. And then everything dropped on me and he almost died, but barely managed to get out. Meanwhile, Ice was like, oh, you guys are winning the game for me. I'm just here farming, guys. Relax.
Here too.
This is how Brood wants to play.
On bottom lane, nothing put way of punishment into that tier 3. Broodmother, I mean, looking to approach the Alchemist in terms of levels of farm.
Yeah,
Fine.
I wonder what the talents of Ice would be. He went cooldown reduction at 15, which I prefer personally. Brood uses a lot of items and has like he uses spells quite a lot. You want the webs to be used a lot. Your ultimate you use a lot as well. So I prefer this, sure. And I wonder what he's gonna be getting later on. 12 spiders attack damage doesn't seem that worth. Later on, the spiderlings are really not gonna attack. They're gonna die in seconds.
Yep.
Interesting to see. I'm gonna keep my eyes out on that for sure.
Yasha completed up for Black. Right on schedule for where he needs to be.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's kind of being the sacrificial lamb, but they have a mech and arcanes on XY, so he can have Greaves relatively. Really nice to potentially purge, you know, like the Geomech. Grip.
Yeah, it's very nice. There's a lot of AoE damage from Minesk as well, so having the mech helps out a lot. This could be a very big smoke if they catch Ice in the pit here and like kill him and the Roche. They don't know though, they have no clue actually. So this is gonna be a free Roche, it looks like.
She dropped down, Jabs nearby with the RP. And Ice going for the BKB right now, or at least that's what's queued up in his quick buy. He's got the Ogre Club in stash, so definitely looking to join his teammates as opposed to AFK split.
Yeah, he's like reaching somewhat of a peak in here with the Manta, the Aegis, the Vlads. They probably want to take the remaining towers. And I think maybe Ice's Eyes kind of determines what they do if they want to high ground. Because Brood is like a hero, you don't want to fight on your off timings. So if Brood doesn't want to high ground, you're probably not going high ground.
Yeah, and BKB definitely kind of end game items at this point for Black as well as Ice. Items that can allow you to take that team fight on high ground.
2 scans at the same place. Happens every now and then.
Eclipse. Black just sieging for free here. The Warlock behind him.
I wonder if Jets want to go for a play.
Onto Mushi. They found the boat. That's half his HP already. At least for the shrine out.
Oh, he's gonna self-stun. Oh, Jabs could skewer him down here. Or they're just gonna go in.
Chaotic Offering does connect on the backlines. They get the Mana Void off. The Mechanism is going to keep the Warlock alive. Now a Skewer back is onto 2. KYXY magnetizes there, and it'll probably kill off Nuts. But double kill going the way of Black. 3 heroes down now. Buyback coming out from KYXY, but really not much to deter Faceless all in all. Illuminate as well as the Lucent Beam will connect on Black, but he's still sitting on Aegis. X onto the Luna now. She'll be solar crusted up. X back into the Torrent. Jump forward from Black with the Manta. Shockwave was there from Jabs as well. And Black is out of control at this point. Defensive Solar Crest popped on him by Ice, and they'll easily eliminate that first lane of Rax, give themselves quite a big cushion going forward to this game with that lane of Rax down. Alchemist, you know, he does have the Radiance. No Manta yet, though, so cannot risk-free push out this wave top. A lot of breathing room offered by Faceless.
It's gonna be... I kind of hope the games go later, so I get to see like this late game Brood and what will happen. But Faceless are completely tearing Mineski apart right now and are probably gonna kill the Shrine. And I wonder if they have time for bottom... pushing bottom as well. I'm not sure on the Aegis timer, so they might be going for Shrine and another Rax push, or they are gonna be satisfied with the Shrine and then control the map for some time.
Yeah, it's 1 minute on Aegis, so likely just the Shrine to be picked up here. Greaves completed up by XY. Shadowblade, Echo Saber up on Jabs, so he's doing quite a bit of damage on his in his own right. Be out. The Alchemist, KYXY nearby. One under the cover of smoke, no sentries down, so they shouldn't find him. Although Kunkka does have 3 on his person.
Yeah, they're preparing.
Forward Black mid lane is not afraid of anything. Fortunately for the Radiant, they have no idea where the rest of the dire side is, else they may want to make a jump. But he's got BKB and Aegis. Aegis is going to expire here in about 25 seconds. Like, as you mentioned, they're just going to control the map, play it safe for now, maybe get their next round of items.
But they're gonna make a quick push here. I think they're setting it up at least, but I think they could push, but
they
pushing both mid and bottom at the same time.
Shadowblade from Jabs, so he's got an Arcane Rune active as well.
And the rest are gonna be mid. This could be...
Wants to go in. He will pop out of the Invis. Black will just continue to go to work on this tower. Gonna get hit up. Kind of wants to die, but this Aegis is gonna expire very shortly, so gets out of base. Will probably get the regen from the Aegis in just a...
Yeah, I think he knows the timing down to the second. Probably playing on that. And bottom tower is also taking damage slowly from random stuff like Ice Side, thinning his Links, poking a little bit. And they're going for the towers first, apparently. Oh,
roll forward right onto the Kunkka. Unstable Concoction gonna come out. Nice Chaotic Offering to keep the Alchemist at bay, and the BKBs pop by Black, and Ice 3-man RP empowers their triple kill with the Mana Void, and they're going to the Manila Masters land is Faceless. Of course, the favorite from day one here, Mineski. They put up a valiant fight in game 2, and Mushi and KYXY tried to return to glory in SEA, but today their hopes will be crushed as Faceless able to take this game in flashy fashion.
Yeah, I mean, they got brooded. That's what happened this game. That's I don't think there's much more to say. Yeah, I'll kind of that, but it's also like it becomes a result of the brood being so like you have to put so much attention to this brood. And this is the like losing, getting knocked out because you lost a brood is like one of the worst feelings in the world. I feel bad for Mineski, but yeah. I mean, I lost opens to Bean when they brood me, so. But impressive showing a brood like this though from Faceless. That's you know, last game of a series. I think your opponents have a lot of momentum going. They lost the first game. Mineski kind of lost, and then the second game looked like the same, but like really showing that their strength and coming back. That's a lot of momentum into the third game. maybe Facelift felt that way as well, so they're like, okay, we're gonna brew them.
Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Needs assassin.
Radiant team pick.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the SLI Invitational. We have IG.V going up against CDEC.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
That's not cool when, like, the winner gets to chill for at least another day, and the loser has to play 2 in a row after already having lost. Feels pretty bad, man. I'm Mike Loris, gonna be your caster for today, starting 1 a.m. right now. I don't think we can call it bright and early because it's currently completely dark outside, but hey, we just have to make sure not to scream so loud as to disturb the neighbors. Because if we get the cops called on us, then the cast is kind of ruined. But CDEC, IG.Vitality, both, I would say, fairly evenly matched overall. The only problem is that there's an Nyx Assassin on the field. Now, Nyx Assassin is a hero that I haven't seen in a very long time, because he's always banned. Like, I've seen Monkey King get through, I've seen Magnus get through, I've not yet seen Nyx Assassin get through. So, I mean, the hero is kind of finicky insofar as, yes, he is very hard to kill in the lane as far as offlaners are concerned, is going to do a pretty good job at staying alive in there, but even should he get a couple of levels, Vendetta ganking around is threatening, but it's something that IG.Vitality can deal with. Sentries, of course, and just general map awareness. Earth Spirit is definitely a good way to go as well. Just having a hero that is most likely going to be roaming around the map means that Nyx Assassin is going to have to always maybe deal with that one extra hero in that Earth Spirit. So it is a very powerful pick for sure. Lots of Chinese teams, all Chinese teams have Nyx in their target for the first phase ban, it seems like, but he's going to get through this time, and we'll see if CDEC are able to abuse this hero, to what degree they're able to abuse this hero. With an Invoker, just a 1-2 punch as far as the ganking party is concerned, does make the Nyx Assassin a lot stronger. And Nyx Assassin right now isn't really that great up against the Earth Spirit and the Juggernaut. His survival with Spike Carapace is, well, let's say mediocre. Versus the Juggernaut spin, Spike Carapace isn't exactly all that strong.
10 seconds
So the Nyx Assassin, if it is going to be versus a Juggernaut, it'd be tough times. IGV's opening is fairly standard. Juggernaut, Earth Spirit. I think IGV are one of the teams that plays CM pretty highly. Some teams just don't, whereas other teams will sometimes first pick it. So you know, there's really no way to know beforehand except for doing all the homework. And I think I've seen IG.Vitality pick up CM occasionally, but not nearly as much as IG proper, who pick it up like all the time. I mean, CM right now seems just perfectly realistic. Is kind of food for an assassin, is gonna struggle to deal with an Invoker in the mid-late stages, but mana for the Juggernaut, mana for Earth Spirit, mana against an Invoker who may be dropping a couple of EMPs, a couple of mana burns coming your way, could go a long way for IG.Vitality to stay in those lanes and not just get run over because they don't have any mana. Right now, though, IG.Vitality going to get rid of the heroes that will trouble the Juggernaut. Pretty much impossible to kill off a Weaver and Ursa, and hey, look at that. It's almost like Crystal Maiden's a standard pick. These are, yeah, the 2 bans from IGV are just heroes that Juggernaut can't insta-kill. 2 cores that Juggernaut can't insta-kill with an Omni Slash. There are always going to be cores that you can't kill, but those are probably the 2 of the most.
10 seconds remaining.
Offlane for IG.Vitality is looking a little bit slim, honestly. Nyx Assassin is, of course, out. Centaur, Sand King, Magnus, all out as well.
Reserve time.
You don't really want to be scraping the bottom of the barrel for offlaners. Those are heroes that can get fair. can always go for Clockwork or something like that. It doesn't seem too terrible at this stage, but yeah, for IG.Vitality, that should probably be their 4th pick. Easy squad. In the meantime, and Roamer's Treant is still in. Nyx Treant and Booker Treant is certainly very powerful. IGV have kind of average ways of getting through living armor, but they're going to opt for a Warlock instead.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Comes with my highest recommendations. Wow, it's almost like I've... Well, I mean, mid lane for IGV, I think they would want to have a Shadow Fiend, but then they're not going to get it, and they're going to take a TA.
10 seconds
I got it right up here, guys. I see it. I see it in the future.
5 seconds remaining.
CDEC for right now. I mean, they have poking power for Abaddon. They don't have kill power for this guy. Slark is another hero that they can pick up that the Juggernaut will struggle to kill with an Omni Slash, and is actually kind of hard to kill in general from the IGV squad. Abaddon is yeah, very disruptive, but as far as killing off Slark's concerned, that is not what it does, man. Earth Spirit, kind of the same thing. Roll into a Slark, and you may be able to block a Pounce, but you will. You don't have to deal with that. It's a Terrorblade. Terrorblade and Slark. Wow. I don't think so. Probably not. I'm gonna drop that by just a little bit. But Rubik banned out. I mean, they're just looking for heroes that's may in lane. The Shadow Fiend's gonna be banned out right here. Calling it. But as far as supports to lock out Abaddon, if you really want to lock out Abaddon, you go for an AA, which is really bad with Warlock as a duo support, but really good up against Abaddon and Juggernaut. I don't know how many teams are actually going to be doing that, because AA is, you know, outside of his ultimate, even with his ultimate, he's kind of a bad hero. Let's be honest here. But yeah, that is actually a really good hero to have versus an Abaddon if it does come down to it. Support
5 seconds remaining.
from the CDEC side, they have only one good stun on the Nyx Assassin. Ogre Magi. Visage is not actually too terrible. Whoa, it's a Tidehunter. It's a support Nyx. Okay. Well, there's in the bit ball. And this is not going to change the fact that IGV want to just, you know, pick up a mid lane. Damn it. I was so close, guys. I was so close. I had IGV in the palm of my hand and I missed out. I mean, it's Alina. I mean, it's fair. You have Crystal Maiden and Earth Spirit on your team. So Lina, as far as killing off Invoker, it's a cakewalk for her. It's more magic damage as opposed to TA, who's physical versus Terrorblade. You obviously want to have the magical burst. So yeah, I probably should have seen that one coming, but you know, 2 out of 3. 66 is still a passing grade, so yeah, take that. CDEC grabbing a Tidehunter, definitely very interesting. As far as killing off Tide, Juggernaut definitely a hero you want to have. Tidehunter is mostly just like a kind of a mid-game threat as far as creating space is concerned. Like between that and the Warlock, IG.Vitality are going to be very, very cautious at going in. And if you're not going in, then you're probably going to be scoped up by a Nyx Assassin. So it creates this position where, for IG.Vitality, they either have to fully commit, say, YOLO, you got Ravage, you got Chaotic Offering, we don't care, let's do this. Or they're going to open themselves up to Nyx Assassin play. Not really sure which one is safer, honestly. Incredible plans there for IGV, but what else is there to do? Outside of that, though, IGV do have much more power in their early stage. No one from the bad man. Freeze, please. All right. No one on the dire loaded in, but IG.Vitality, they have a lot more early game potential. I mean, they have a Crystal Maiden who most likely is going to be able to safely get to level 3, level 4 in the jungle. They have an Earth Spirit, obviously, and for CDEC, Warlock is not exactly what I would call a dangerous roamer hero. Dogfights is going to get into a little bit of a fight, but, I mean, Nyx Assassin is going to be played by June, but, you know, I don't really see any of these heroes roaming around to the degree of an Earth Spirit, to the degree of a Crystal Maiden, of course, once she gets those couple of levels, and, yeah, I don't see anyone from CDC stopping her from getting those couple of levels. I haven't seen a single team try to pressure a CM, pretty much at all. It's pretty quick, just Frostbite jungling, but, yeah, you would expect, like, at one point, a Ricky or something would be like, yo, CM, I'm just gonna go mess with her. I'm just gonna go steal her last hits. I'm just gonna go hit her a couple times with Orb of Venom. She has 280 movement speed. That'll drop a little bit more. She's, you know, lowest by far once Orb of Venom touches. Not gonna happen just yet. We are in game 1 of a best of 3. Already some perfect world frame rate lag. Please, please, not today, not again. You're gonna have Super playing the Crystal Maiden Paparazzi on the Juggernaut, the most classic of lane combos, if it is actually going to be like that. Dogfights is on the Earth Spirit. We got Cicada playing the lead in up to the top lane. It's going to be in July on the Abaddon. Up against the Abaddon, it is going to be Flyby playing the Terrorblade. Supporting him is going to be Demons on the Warlock. How fitting is that? 10 out of 10. Would Warlock again. Shade is on the Invoker. We got June roaming down towards the bottom as the Nyx Assassin. Sep is on the Tide. It's a dual lane Nyx Tide. Really now. But this is going to place a little bit extra pressure on the CM, simply because you don't really want to leave Juggernaut up against the two of these guys for an extended period of time. Can get pretty rough pretty quickly. CM really doesn't want to be here. Most likely she's going to try to duck into the jungle, and Dogfights is going to be the sole support to that poor melee support up against these two pretty much impossible to harass heroes. Where do we see the CS attempts being blocked there? Now this is going to be a lane where the Juggernaut's, yeah, going up against two melees, so if all alone on an island, and for whatever reason has no mana, he'll be in a bad spot, but Anchor Smash versus Juggernaut really isn't the most dangerous thing in the world, just because, yeah, he will be not able to last it during that time very easily, but Blade Fury is a spell, so, yeah, they don't really have to worry too much about this. And wouldn't it be a bummer if, like, freaking first time I see Nyx Assassin in a million years because he's always first banned, and then he just doesn't do anything the entire game, and it's just a wasted pick. It's gonna get rolled into. There's a Frostbite. Oh, but it's gonna get stunned out beforehand. Still, June takes a lot of damage, but this is a Nyx Assassin, so he has Ice Frog's Blessing of extra regeneration. That's actually what it's called, guys. Write that down. He's gonna be back at top HP really quickly. Plus, he has a haste rune. Plus, he has a shrine. So, Nyx Assassin is definitely a bug that IG.Vitality, at least for right now, if they're not able to chain stun him, or I guess kind of chain disable him, the roll in and the frostbite, then they're really gonna struggle to kill him off period. But similarly up towards top lane in July, he went for the sword level 1 just to run at and harass the enemy Terrorblade, and he's doing pretty good work versus demons as well. It's really, really hard to outdamage a Shadow Word from a Warlock, even though you have level 2 a 2-level advantage over said Warlock. Yeah, it's the Abaddon who's going to be tough to kill, very hard for CDEC to kill, but at the same time, once Metamorphosis is up, you gotta respect that Terrorblade. You have to respect the poking power of Warlock. The damage adds up very, very quickly. And then we have a mid lane, where most likely it's just going to be Cicada with a pretty nice advantage. Right now, Invoker is going to mix in a little bit of that alacrity just to try to counteract a little bit of a base damage and range disadvantage. And he should be fine for a little while here, but the Lina versus Invoker lane is already pretty favored for the Lina, at least for the first, like, 4 or 5 levels. And then, yeah, you'll be able to CS, but you also have to watch out for Laguna Blade, and you also have to watch out for the Dragon Slave. One more right click from downtown will get Cicada the first blood. I was gonna say, like, she already has a favorite matchup. clearly, you know, like that. She could do stuff like that, and Invoker really can't return fires in a substantial manner. Cicada is most likely to have heroes rotating into her lane, plus she's got this little thing called Arcane Aura. So Alina with extra mana is gonna turn into more Dragon Slaves, which turns into Invoker, who only has 1 point in Quas, taking a hell of a lot of damage. Not fun, let me tell you guys. In July, in a little bit of trouble. Upheaval, for the first time ever used, and we'll do nothing. Upheaval sometimes used, but oh man, Paparazzi getting a kill on Sep in the meantime. That's just a clean roll-in spin. Why am I looking at in July? He's never gonna die. I should know that. Tidehunter, as I said, not really a great hero to have versus Juggernaut, which is why I'm kind of surprised. I mean, Nyx Assassin, again, isn't that much better. Spike Carapace does jack all up against a Juggernaut spin, but Tidehunter, the only thing he really has going for him right now is just inherent tankiness, which is, to be fair, quite a bit. 700 HP is a lot for a level 4 hero. I guess 800 now, but Juggernaut spin is a real tool as well. Anchor Smash, nice Anchor Smash, bro. You're gonna take half, a little bit more than half. Yeah, from a little bit of mana expend. And he has a Clarity, and he's now in a dual lane, so pushing his way towards level 6 pretty quickly. Which of course means Omni Slash, not fun for a Tidehunter. CM, level 3, roaming out already. You see CMs try to get to 1 more point in Arcane Aura, before they really make any aggressive moves, but with Cicada dominating the lane this hard, they're looking to be in a pretty good spot. The spike is going to land. Meteor drops onto Cicada, but with the Frostbite onto the Invoker, is going to get bowled over by a Dragon Slave. Now LSA onto the Nyx Assassin. There is a Laguna Blade. Couple more right clicks. Shrine. How balanced is it? Looks like not balanced enough. And it will not heal out the Nyx Assassin. Cicada's damage output is silly right now. She's level 6, 530 into the game. And killed off the Invoker twice. CDEC got baited. They did not know that there was a Crystal Maiden there. If there wasn't a Crystal Maiden, Cicada probably would have just gotten beaten down by this Nyx Invoker combo. But man, Frostbite is the real deal. In before CM nerfed in the next patch, and she's never seen again. Oh, whoa. Speaking of never seen again, Shade might be taking a little bit of trip to the grave. Deafening Blast, a very low level of it. And, well, they're going to take some tower shots. Couple too many, and actually be forced away before they can get the finishing blow. One more right click in there. Shade probably would have fallen, but he has a shrine. I'm actually kind of surprised they haven't already used this shrine, CDC. It seems like the Tidehunter at least would have cracked into it already. Tower though, only 6 minutes in, gonna be denied. That's pretty nice, and with the Sunstrike, will also kill off Cicada. You know, incredibly well as the Lina, but that kind of puts a damper in things. She's gonna be able to return and do a hell of a lot, but a little bit sadder while she does so. Flyby is gonna get jumped by Dogfights up towards top. Has a kick available. CM lands a Frostbite. Upheaval, nice Upheaval. Sunder onto Super is gonna get Flyby back into full HP, but Super's not gonna die just yet unless this Reflection does her in. No, they will turn around and kill off in July. They force a level 6 Sunder on Terrorblade, which isn't really a terrible thing, but yeah, usually you don't see that until like level 9. They're going to root Nyx Assassin. He has Spike Carapace, which will slow down Cicada just a touch. And that actually with the Impale will get him out to the north and to safety. Too loud? Alright. We'll raise the game volume. We'll try to balance this out. I mean, you guys have heard this game before. You guys have not heard me before. Come on, man. Great survival by the Nyx Assassin, but that's just him not dying. Not dying in a game is sometimes just not enough. Dogfights. What if you could see that through the trees? Bottle spilling over a little bit. Will get his bounty rune stolen. I mean, they are applying quite a bit of pressure to Flyby. Sunder, again, usually not picked up until much later. It's usually not as powerful as extra points in Image or Metamorphosis. And 200 mana for a hero like Terrorblade is actually a lot. He doesn't expend the most mana. 200 is... that's a big number, guys. Roll in and find demons. Did that hit? I don't know. Thanks, Perfect World Lag. Curse of Avernus is going to be applied. Demons has only level 1 heal. He went for 2 points in upheaval. Dragon Slave didn't even hit. This is not a Warlock build that you see very often. I actually am not really sure why he went for this build. I mean, it is very good if your Abaddon is up against, or if your Terrorblade rather, is up against absolutely nobody, right? Like a 1v0 lane. Then sure, you don't really need Shadow Word. But Upheaval up against an Earth Spirit is most likely not gonna stay live for very long. A Juggernaut can spin, a Crystal Maiden can frost you. Yeah, I don't really know if I like this. I mean, it is very powerful with Terrorblade. If Terrorblade, has the Metamorphosis up, has a couple of illusions, and enemies are walking in soup, then yeah, you're probably gonna get those kills. But are you really picking up a Warlock for Upheaval? No, that's like the last thing you pick up Warlock for, man. You pick him up because he has poking power, because he has Shadow Word, and you only get 1 point of it. It's not like multiple points would have saved him there. I think he was fairly screwed, but yeah, it's interesting to see the Warlock, who usually is going to be hurting for experience, kind of throw 1 extra point into the Upheaval. In before I shit talk Upheaval, and then he drops it in a team fight with Ravage, and then IG.Vitality just they don't have any cooldowns because of an EMP or something like that, and they all get wiped. I think I may have cursed them. That may have just happened.
A tribute to my house.
Lina, 10 minutes in the game. Bloodstone starting to be built. Double nulls already, plus the Soul Ring. I think she has enough mana. Level 2 aura at this point. Ooh, Crystal Maiden mixing things up a little bit. Mixing in a couple points in aura. And that's one of the great things about CM is that builds... I mean, the levels 1 through 3 is usually pretty streamlined, but everything after that, you can just play it by ear. Nova, roll in from dogfights. There is, of course, a Sunder, but no mana actually on the Terrorblade. How does Terrorblade run out of mana? 200 is a pretty big number. I said it before, guys. Flyby down again. I can raise the game volume a little bit more, guys. I have to go into the settings somewhere. Audio. Okay. That should be a little bit better. That should be a little bit better for you guys. There's a 5-minute delay on the stream, so anything I do is going to be maybe seen a little bit too late before I do something else. Oh, Sep. He's going to run into a pretty mean gank squad. Ravage might get him out of this, but never mind. Sakata's damage output way too high. The Curse of Avernus level 3 at this point. Actually does quite a bit with Alina on your team. Even with only level 1 Fiery Souls, even with the stacks not full, it's just... Lina with this much farm is going to be going in a period in the game where she's actually a pretty relevant right-clicker. Even up against, high arc heroes, tanking heroes, Terrorblade, Assassin, Tide. Another tower to fall over towards mid lane. Oh, Shade. Gets killed off and tower denied. Now, where have I seen that before? So, all's fair over in the mid lane, but over towards bottom lane, we have a little bit of an issue. Paparazzi has 3 points in Healing Ward in July, 3 points in that curse. They are going to get wrapped around by the next assassin. Sentries are not in the area. So June has a chance for Paparazzi here. Straight spike. I don't think he has a chance to Vendetta. Oh, no, he actually does. And with the Ravage Chain Stun, Juggernaut is not going to get a spin, nor the Omni Slash off. Vince is going to come in from the side, drops a rock onto 2, but he's going to get stunned by Sakata. Just right clicks will kill him off. That Warlock ultimate, yes, will slow a couple down, but won't do much, except for kill off the Abaddon eventually. Borrowed time already procced. Kata and Super on their way out. Shade, what does he have? He has not much to throw into that. Going to be a 2-for-1 with the rotation back in from the Lina. Tidehunter and Nyx Assassin tag teaming that Juggernaut, who probably, I want to say, did not expect the level 6 to be up on the Nyx Assassin. I think he just picked it up and then he just now grabbed level 7 off of those couple of kills. So now there would probably be a lot more detection on the ground. Dust is not exactly fantastic. They're gonna go for a push like that. That's kind of a slow push with the Juggernaut and a Abaddon. Going for Sentry is definitely preferable. Yeah, it's not going to be the best fight in the world for IGV. But still, the success they're having elsewhere is going to be good enough dogfights. Again, and well, it's red, so they know someone's there. They know someone was there. Ripperino Nyx Assassin. Alright. You guys are just gonna have to deal with any mic issues. Deal with it. 5-minute delay makes it too hard to change. Demons with the sickest spell in the game. And now he's in a lot of trouble because he's gonna get kicked back into an Abaddon. Into Paparazzi's ultimate. Let's hear it for Upheaval. Woo. Nice. Good work, Upheaval. What a spell. Wow, are IGV really going for this? Holy crap, they're gonna go for high ground. They know that there's no Ravage. So they're just gonna say, okay, Tidehunter, you're kind of useless to us, to the enemy team right now. Let's just go for it. Wow, that's actually kind of baller, just going straight up high ground. 14 minutes in the game. No Terrorblade on their own end. I mean, Juggernaut's okay for pushing insofar as he has a healing ward. In July, of course, with that curse is, you know, okay at pushing as well, I guess, but they're not working with the Jakiro, they're not working with the Hugna, so they're just trying to hope that someone is going to get really stupid and try to farm this bottom lane. You know this Tidehunter, just look at him, he wants this farm. And the Dogfight's trying to bait him in. Now this is unfortunately not going to work because this Observer Ward from CDEC is going to see the vast majority of IGV still hanging around the area. They will now take a green light go in. There is Vendetta. Paparazzi spin. Don't need to spin. Why spin? You don't need to do that. Now you can spin offensively versus June. Warlock ultimate does drop with the right click from Terrorblade. Paparazzi will survive at 20 HP. Nice Upheaval. They'll all try to get away from it except for Indolai, who kind of got caught already. Although, a couple of slows from the CDM. June is not going to get frozen down. Going to be the Golem instead. Another spike will land on CDM, but the shield will quickly buff out. That's done. And everyone on IG.Vitality will survive. Also, Snappy and Boker in the meantime. Plus the Warlock Golem afterwards. Plus the roll in for more. Kick onto 2. Just 1. But still, the Warlock is going to drop very low. Ravage is going to connect onto Warriors. Follow-up with the 2-man spike is great. Against Paparazzi especially. They get the kills. Takata, the Laguna right now. There is Sunder on TB with the right click. Not quite enough. He Sunders Demon that actually almost kills him off. Okay, looks like Reflected. They're going to try to look for, but not gonna happen just yet. She has no Laguna coming up soon. And that will that. CDEC turn things around with that Ravage into Impale stun combo. Still, their Invoker's not involved in any of that. Got picked off pretty much first thing. Does have a hand of Midas, but Midas is a little bit weaker for Invoker nowadays. Here needs experience of gold. One of the few in the game that would prefer just infinite experience over infinite gold. The Roche Pit, IGV. Units, this Tidehunter. Looking at bottom lane, high ground. No, Ravage is down, now poking towards Roche. Healing Ward is up again. Curse of Avernus does quite a lot of work here. And they will randomly kick a rock, stun up a Warlock. Step can sit here all he wants to. He's not going to join if he really tries to go in here. Nyx Assassin will be spotted by this Observer Sentry combo if he tries to get in, so... Yeah, I mean, the Rav is used, but... I mean, it's a pretty classic Tidehunter Enigma problem, right? It's like, use your ultimate, win slightly. But then the next upcoming minutes where you have no Ravage, really awkward, because Tidehunter, though he does have a mechanism, doesn't really have that much threat. Now, he's definitely a hero that IGV can either completely or drop a dogfight silent stun on and then just not touch for the rest of the fight. IGV, they take like slightly worse team fights every single time. Or, you know, not every single time, but a handful of times. But still, they're going to find themselves with a lot of momentum, still a little bit of a lead. And with freedom to do whatever the hell they want, which is, well, I guess, kind of in the same department as momentum, right? Turn sounds to 100% and mic to 0. I probably can. You guys will enjoy that. There it was right there. Did you hear it? Did you guys like that? It was pretty good, wasn't it? I enjoyed it. Lena is stacked out of her mind. My God, what is this? Boots of Travels. Shadow Blade, what talent selection, damage, and damage. I actually really like the LSA into or LSA damage into right click damage. I feel like that, especially with the Curse of Avernus, is gonna do just so much for your Lina's scaling. Whereas respawn time, I mean, you don't need respawn time if you're ever gonna die, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane is being pushed. Terrorblade Illusions. Should have this one in the bag. Probably not even worth IGV making movement down there. They're gonna give up the tower in exchange for a tier 2 top. Look at this itemization for IGV. They do have a Hand of Midas on the Abaddon. At this point, pretty standard stuff for the hero. Paparazzi gonna go for an S and Y into Maelstrom. These are your kind of cheaper, cost-effective items coming up from the Juggernaut. Not gonna go Glass Cannon into like Diffusal Banter or anything like that. Wants to mix in that strength. And because he's been kind of insta-gibbed whenever the Ravage and Impale have been used, can't say this is the wrong decision. But this does signify to me that IGV are not interested in playing this game for a long time. They want to take maybe a mediocre team fight around that enemy Ravage, but then pop right back up again. And at this point, with all the tier 2s down, look for a tier 3 to take down the Shrine. And of course, open up the door for Rax's. My god, here's the upheaval. Paparazzi, he will teleport back and hold this bottom lane area. Walking up high ground into a Tidehunter with Blink Ravage. Not really sure if that's a great idea. So back off, get this Radiance up on Injuly. Radiance up against Terrorblade. Very difficult for TB to deal with. Until he completes his BKB, of course, which he will have very soon. Mischance also not the worst up against Invoker, who mixes in quite a few right clicks in his spell combos. But also that just makes Injuly a hero that CDEC absolutely have to kill. Throwing around stuns indiscriminately will help kill him off pretty quickly. Super will have his smoke popped. They know it's a Nyx Assassin because they had vision. Assassin will just wander right on by. The rest of the team position themselves around the only non-smoked hero, Sep, coming in, but that's a Tidehunter. They're going to respect it or say, screw it, we're going to go for Shade. He's far away from his Tidehunter. They can't help him. Can they burst him down? Well, with the LSA, I'm not sure. Laguna Blade, the damage, it's enough. Ravage is coming in onto a whole boatload of heroes. The right clicks go in as well as the Spike and the Chaotic Offering. Zakata's going to try to book it, but he's not going to get away from Flyby. That's a 4 kill. No. The Abaddon able to just narrowly make an escape there. As CDEC, they take a 1 for 3 exchange, 2 supports and a Lina with the Ravage and Chaotic Offering. Now this is both good and bad for them. Again, they will take down a couple of heroes, get a little bit of extra cash. But Lina has a lot of Bloodstone charges, so she's back up already. She has a Shadow Blade, so she's already actually looking for blood. And 2 supports haven't gone down are low level, so they are also back up. With no Chaotic Offering, with no Ravage, CDC have lost all of their high ground defense. And a Warlock. They also lost the Warlock. This is a green light for IGV, and this is something that CDEC have to counter just by sending illusions down the lane. That's a very, very aggressively split push. Try to make it so that IGV have their hand forced into some other lane, but I'm not sure if IGV are going to take that bait. Creep Wave is going to get obliterated. Sep is on the high ground. He has Mechanism, but he's going to get worked down. They're going to not actually work him down at all. Paparazzi has an Aegis right now. He's going to get his ass kicked by Reflection. But he has Healing Ward. He has an Abaddon on his team for shields. And he has an Aegis Reclaim. Not exactly the best timing for this push as far as that's concerned. But Rock kicked in. They do pop 1 Shrine. Burst damage onto the Invoker. He's going to start chipping him down. Reflection and Upheaval in July, kind of caught in a little bit of mud, is going to pop his ultimate, get a lot of healing back from it. That's also a long cooldown for an Abaddon. I mean, it's not that long for an ultimate, but it feels like forever. Maybe that's why they called it borrowed time. Jump in from Sep, not going to save this tower. 30 seconds, 50 seconds for the big team fight ultimates. And IGV with no Aegis make a pretty aggressive play. But knowing that the no teamfight ultimates, worst thing to happen is like a Nyx Assassin initiation onto an Impale on 2. It's not all that bad. They're going to back off, let CDEC get their cooldowns, and IGV can take off the final objectives around the map. Shrine number 1 down, Shrine number 2 probably will be taken shortly after. If IG.Vitality are able to keep picking off this Invoker, having Shade under farm makes it so that at a certain point, Tidehunter, Warlock combos, that will not be enough to win CDEC a fight. Lina's damage, Lina's ambush power, it definitely can kill off that Invoker, it definitely can kill off a Terrorblade, and is actually in a pretty good spot to do so, although the vision, it is there, seeing the Lina. There is no true sight on the Blink Dagger Tide. There's actually no dust here at all, so can't get him. Tide has a Ravage, they don't want to go up into this funnel, unless Paparazzi does. That's really bold. Is gonna get with the Ravage. Everyone, in fact, hit with the Ravage. Now the chaotic offering. The stun combos again, perfect. As IG.Vitality are going to get cleaned up. There goes the Lina. Earth Spirit stuck in the middle. Will also fall. Injuly is gonna try to TP out. He will once again make it to a shrine. But CDEC, they stomp hard on IG.Vitality. Huge team fight combos. And that is going to be CDEC now with the green light to go in for some objectives of their own. Shade did not get picked off beforehand. Flybys, Metamorphosis duration. Still long enough to at least take this tower. Paparazzi has Alina coming in soon. They're going to try to make a play with no Ravage to worry about. Here comes the spin. It'll do very little damage in the grand scheme of things. They need a Laguna Blade to land a flyby, but he gets the Sunder off. And with the BKB, Laguna Blade will do nothing. Injuly will fall right before his borrowed time comes back up. Freezing Field with a Glimmer Cape will do a little bit of damage here to Shade. Stun from the LSA will keep him locked in. He's also hit with the Magnetize, but they can't quite catch up to him. They miss the kick. They do still see him for a couple more seconds, but now he's going to grab an Regen Rune, still Ghost Walk, and the dust runs out. And that is going to be that. CDEC, they take an Abaddon, they lose nobody. And for IG.Vitality, it looks like these teamfight ultimates are hitting just a little bit too hard. Again, the game plan of absorb a team loss and then take an objective immediately afterwards is not a bad one inherently. That is, of course, if your team fight loss is, you know, a 1-for-2 trade or something like that. Losing more than 3 heroes, losing more than 2 heroes actually against that Tide Warlock combo makes it so that you have to fight that much harder. You have to get that much more in the way of objectives if you're going to counterbalance that loss. What is this timer looking like? 30 seconds left for Tide. Warlock Upheaval and IG.Vitality will actually respect it. No kick or anything like that from dogfights. They now see him and they will kick him now that they have the creep vision. EMP, Tornado, not exactly on the mark, but if they can take Raxes right now, IGV can absorb that previous fight loss and say that they are happy with it. Jump in from dogfights, nice kick onto 2 heroes. They want to kill off this Warlock Laguna Blade. One more hit's gonna do it. They actually take down the Tidehunter instead. Not a Warlock kill, but I'm pretty sure they're okay with that. Cicada hit with the Meteor, Cold Snap, Deafening Blast, lots of damage, not enough. Sunstrike off the mark. Rax is down. And CDEC, they have a Tidehunter Ravage, but they have no Tidehunter. IGV can call that one pretty nice victory. This is definitely a back and forth game. And I don't really know what the metrics look like right now, but yeah, this is already showing an even game. It is pretty much completely even at this stage. Because CDEC, they have their ultimates right now. Now, if they with their ultimates, if they're not able to get a couple more kills with them, suddenly they're in a really bad spot. Blink Impale, Mana Burn to Sunstrike. Boom. Lina is running out of Bloodstone charges, only at 4 at this point. Dogfights is gonna chase after the Nyx. Wow, look at all that Earth Spirit damage. Lina running low on Bloodstone charges is actually a lot worse in this game than some others. Oh, they're gonna actually poke out of their base, run into a Ravage, onto 3 heroes. Borrow time is there for the Abaddon, but these heroes don't have borrow time. Juggernaut and CM down in an instant in July. Will get caught in the Tornado. Another great kick from the Earth Spirit, but I don't think that's enough to help out this Abaddon. He's gonna go down as well. And for CDEC, they have Metamorphosis just freshly used, Manta Style up on the Terrorblade. They're gonna look to equalize the Rax count. 30 seconds left for both the Juggernauts and the Abaddon. And they are going to slide bottom. Tier 3 just now taken. Kata has a Laguna Blade level 3. We'll have to buy back, at least the Abaddon, but I don't know if that's going to do enough right now. Great stun onto 2, great kick follow-up. The Laguna Blade, though, gets blocked by the BKB. It does nothing. The Raxes will fall. Paparazzi gets right into the middle of things with the spin, but Flyby, he is still BKB'd. Demons, upheaval to cover the retreat. Dogfights has no stun for it, not yet at least. They will lose Raxes. 1 melee for 1 melee. 1 Rax down, and the bottom lane versus mid. And as far as that trade is concerned, slightly better for CDEC, but not really by a huge margin. But yeah, Bloodstone really important in this game. You need to be able to respawn quickly if you're planning on losing team fights. And with only 4 Bloodstone charges and no respawn talent, Takata is working with a balanced respawn time. On Lina, say it ain't so. They will slide into the Roche pit, get a free one. CDEC, 50 seconds, 67 seconds. Will be very fight weak. This seesaw battle is very consistently seesawing back and forth. Usually it's not this constant where one team takes an objective and then the other team wins the team fight. Rinse, repeat. But IG.V, with this is a much better shot at taking a good fight. As long as you avoid tight bottlenecks. Super strike or CN. It's a CN at the end of the day. CDC get kills at all, while their ultimates are not being used. Big Assassin's jump right there. So far, just having hero with the pill has been absolutely great for them. Paparazzi gonna get smoke revealed. Jump in. Hunter has a ravage. Paparazzi. He'll eat a gush of potato. They keep going back in. Not really sure about that one, dude. Here comes the next assassin with the follow-up. He's kicked out by dogfights, but not far enough away. Gets a rock on him. Now dogfight. He opened it to save his jug, and he didn't even do that. The Aegis is there. Ravage gonna connect only onto the jug, but he is super dead. Already having expended buyback. Could this be the game right here? With no Juggernaut, IG.V need this Lina to kill everyone by herself. No one else on the team is really able to do that much damage. The Abaddon didn't go for the Radiance at the end of the day. Went Solar Crest. Had that one for a while, but yeah, I'm not really sure if they have enough firepower for Flyby, especially if they lose their Lina. Gets glimmered, so she won't get immediately burst down. Shrine active as well. Gonna turn around, try to go for Sep. Tornado is there from Shade. EMP on top of that. Scott is gonna BKB, try to hold his ground. Plus 50 damage is pretty strong, but Flyby has a lot more than that, that's for sure. Although he's stunned up now, he's gonna sunder, still stunned by the kick. Laguna Blade will get blocked by a Lincoln Sphere. Yes, applied just in time by Shade. What a sick play. Shade's looking for a Sunder, will decide on June. Did he just kill off June? No, he did. Into the dust goes off. They see the Nyx, but they can't catch up to him. CDEC get another melee Rax. Then Juggernaut, he'll respawn to see his base in ruins. CDEC, they're not coming in. He's gonna get tornadoed. Kind of a brave move there by Paparazzi. This is going to be very desperate times here for IG.V. They do not lose the most of their base, but still it's not looking that great. They need to pick off a hero off the Terrorblade. That would be absolutely huge if they're able to land an LSA here. It is going to land with a kick. Laguna Blade is available, but Lincoln Sphere, the heals, managed to split, and he's out of there. Oh, man, that is such a huge opportunity there from IG.V. They need to be able to pick someone off right now. They need it to be a Warlock or a Tidehunter, a Nyx Assassin. Hell, at this point, anyone. And anyone is fine. You just need someone to die. Stuck in this point, and it'll be cancelled. And Rainrax over in mid. Who cares about that? They really. Oh, it was still in the enemy base. He's gonna get his ultimate. Flexion gonna slow him down a little bit more. Dep has Ravage in 10. This is something that CDC can chase with. Strike will almost connect. Spike will land. Abaddon is very soft at this stage. Here comes the Meteor Blast combo. That'll drop Abaddon super low off the south end Flyby. Forced to use his BKB. Looking for a target. Can't quite find anyone. In July will actually still live. Surprisingly enough. Bottom lane, though, is not looking that hot, and Shade will snipe dogfights. In the meantime, off to the south, Cicada will have to teleport out. That is going to be a fight that CDC are able to win without using any of their ults. You guys know what that means. We've seen this enough times to know what plan for CDEC is. Well, take Shrine first. Because it's a free bag of gold, why not? It's time for Ravage and Chaotic Offering once again. Show their ugly mugs. I think they can afford to let Paparazzi go for this top lane. No, they can't. There's a tier 2. That's unfortunate for CDEC. Have their ultimates. They really want to use them. But they can't really. Not yet. Paparazzi versus Invoker. Gonna run in and try to do some damage to the tower. Sunstrike is gonna get the kill. Oh, greed will consume us all. Paparazzi loses his life for a minute just trying to greed out for 100 damage on a tower. I'm not really sure if that's worth it, bro. Now again, this tier 2 on top lane is going to be really nice for IGV. Doesn't mean CDEC are not going to go for a walkabout. Fine in July. In June, he's going to land a Vendetta hit after Gush. That's a lot of damage right there. They're going to look for the borrowed time pop. Nice upheaval. Can't quite get that ultimate out of the Abaddon. They didn't expend anything for it. Nothing relevant, actually, so who cares? The Abaddon walk this time. Juggernaut will be back by the time any high ground is in danger. But still, this tower is for sure going to die. Whenever a creep wave arrives, where are the creeps? Here we go. Backdoor protection. Still good enough. I wonder if Everblade, if he used Metamorphs there, can battle through backdoor protection. He'll have Metamorphosis in another 10 seconds easy. Jump in, spike. June misses, but they do burn out a lot of Angelized mana, and now caught in the upheaval. They need to kick him really quickly. They do so. The ultimate from the Abaddon is going to go down, and they will jump in and slay demons. No Chaotic Offering. Now, they may not have that tool. They still have their Ravage, but it seems like CDC will decide not to push it. It's not like they have an Aegis or anything like that. They still have their ultimates, so there's no rush for them. Speaking of Roshan, still a long time. It's a great thing for CDC. They would love to use their ultimates if it means winning a team fight. But they're not in any rush to do so. Voker Hand and Midas been doing a lot of work recently, and at Lincoln Sphere especially, doing quite a bit. Terrorblade also. Not over-farming Lina, but I have Scotty just for more stats to ensure she doesn't get insta-kill in the future. Oh, Paparazzi is gonna not get hit with the spike and is going to almost kill off June. There is an Omni Slash here. Ravage, though, immediately with the Sunstrike combo. Whew, baby, that's a good one. Dogfight's gonna try to teleport out of there. He will stick the landing before Jade can arrive. That will be a Juggernaut for a Ravage. Juggernaut does have a buyback, though IGV still can fight if CDEC don't land a good Chaotic Offering. Shade, gonna find in July. Oh man, Ice Wall. Could shield yourself for some health, but versus Ice Wall, it doesn't do a hell of a lot. Now borrow time. How much time can he borrow? Well, with Sunstrike, oh, that's actually going to heal him, it looks like it. It was still good. He's not running to safety, though, so, I mean, he's running and surviving, but he'll eventually get killed off here. Crystal Maiden is up to the north. She cannot help out here. Cicada's coming in. Maybe we'll get a cheese pick off here on Demons. There's a gem on the Tide Hunter. They rock Cicada. Force out a BKB, travel out, and they don't have anything to interrupt that. But in the meantime, Rat Dota by Flyby will get jumped by Dogfights and Super. A couple of supports trying to mess with the big bad TB. Sunstrike will land on Super. Jesus, a lot of damage on CM. Now this is pretty much all big tools from CDC used. Metamorphosis, Ravage, Chaotic Offering. Then Abaddon down, they have to claim a lot here. Otherwise, they may run into some issues. Paparazzi gonna jump into the demons, almost get the kills by himself. Will do so, but that's him chasing the world for a long time while the racks are being brought down. Cubas from Cicada, the racks is still focused down Fly by BKB now. They just want this building, they will get it. And now he'll take a Juggernaut if he's gonna offer himself up like this. Gonna jump forward with no mana though, has no Omni. Can't do all that much. Flyby, kick, a little bit off the mark. June is out, Flyby has a Hurricane Pike, and this clip area probably is out. Still has a Jug on his ass. But Jug, even with that Mjolnir. Chase of the Sentry right here. Manta Split, Illusion of the Paparazzi. Does quite a bit. LSA, a little bit off the mark. Here comes Tornado, which Paparazzi will dodge. But again, he's very low on mana. He will Shadow Blade back into safety. The gem is on Tide, I believe, and he is coming, but a little bit too slow. They'll find Cicada. Oh, that's such a big kill. Cicada is going to get stunned up. Now the gem's in the area, and they're going to take her down. One more right click. There we go. 74 seconds dead. No buyback. And Paparazzi going to find Shade, but it doesn't look like it matters. Play the Benny Hill music. Paparazzi is not even going to get it. IG.Vit. Almost there. Just at the cusp. But the combos from CDEC were so good. That was like how many 3-man Ravage Impale combos? At least 3 of them. At least 3. With Chaotic Offering mixed in there as well. With Invoker damage. With Terrorblade, of course. Not under any fire because